What is up, guys? My name is Rice, and welcome back to the channel. Merry Christmas, Merry Grinchmas, boyos. Holy shit, it is finally here, December 25th, Christmas Day. I hope everybody is having an incredible Christmas with friends, family, loved ones, all that. However, it is now, I believe it should be 5 p.m. when this is premiering. I believe it is, I think, so it should be. Which means, of course, it is time for the usual 25 Days of Harry video. And that is right. Today, we are doing the video that you all know. You've been waiting for it the whole month. It's the top 100 favorite movies of all time countdown video. Quick update first. I did not watch. Sorry. I did not watch as many new movies as I did last year. There were still some new movies. A lot of them were very bad, though. I legitimately probably could have done the video I did last year with the top 10 disliked movies or whatever. I forgot what the title of it was. I could have honestly done another video like that this year. But I did not want to talk about Promising Young Woman for 3.5 hours because there's so much wrong with that goddamn movie. Maybe we'll do that next year. You know, maybe I'll start making reviews like I've wanted to for the past 5.5 years. But yeah, basically, I did see some new movies that I liked that are gonna be on this countdown. I revisited some old movies that I liked. And yeah, so we're gonna get right to the countdown. I hope you guys enjoy the countdown and hopefully stay for the whole thing. Hopefully you can look at the runtime and see that it's not 4.5 hours like last year. Hopefully it's under 2. Wouldn't be surprised if it goes to 3 though. Let's get right into the countdown, boyos. Coming in at number 100 is The Usual Suspects. This is a movie that I believe has fallen every year in the countdown. I don't think it's gone up once. And it's a bit of a complaint I have about the film is that once you know the twist and what the twist ending is, the movie in a way kind of does fall a little bit dull. And I still really like the movie. I think Benicio del Toro especially gives a great performance, and Kevin Spacey obviously is just incredible in this film as he is in pretty much every movie that he's in. Um, him as the mentally challenged guy with a limp who's one of the usual suspects is not only kind of funny that he's there, but also just gives a great performance. And yeah, like I said, once you know the twist, and honestly, really, this movie is built up for the last 20 minutes. The last 20 minutes of this movie is great, absolutely incredible. It's getting there. That is still pretty good, but it's not as good as I think that it would be if it were made today. The only issue with that being you would know the twist ending more than likely. They'd give something away in a trailer, or early reviews would come out about, oh, it's this guy, you know, this guy, blah blah blah, whatever, because it's all about trying to find out um the who of these guys killed this other dude. Basically, I'm pretty sure. I have not seen the movie in a year. I'm specifically exclusively remembering the last 20 minutes, which is why the movie is on number 100. Good news, it keeps going down, so it's probably not even going to be on the list next year. But The Usual Suspects comes in at number 100. Number 99 is Maniac from 2012. This is the remake. I believe this has been on the countdown every single year at 99 or within the 90s. It has not gone up. It's a good movie. I really enjoy it. Of course, I mention this every year. The special effects, just some of the most realistic gore that I think I've seen in a horror film. Or some of the most realistic gore I've seen in just any film in general. Elijah Wood gives a great performance. Love how unique the film kind of seems. It's very much a some of the scenes, like you'll see in the poster, they go POV. It's a lot of looking around, trying to find, kind of the next victim. It very much puts you in the killer's head in this film in more ways than one, and it's a very, very solid film. I think it's very underrated. I think it's probably not going to be a film that everybody likes, not even close to everybody liking. I think the last 10 minutes are kind of weird. It kind of goes into this weird like adrenaline rush for the character, and it's like you're trying to follow him, and like I still enjoy a good majority of the film. It's still really really interesting, really really cool to watch, and like I said, the special effects. There's a lot of gore in this film that I think a lot of people are gonna like. It's not overly excessive gore. There's not blood spewing everywhere, but it goes for a realistic route, and I really appreciate the filmmakers for doing that. I think it's a pretty solid film, and yeah, number 99. I should probably get my list up because I'm going to lose track of what number we're at very quickly. But coming in at number 98 is The Iceman. This is another movie from 2012. Some say 2012, 2013. It's one of those years. You just look at the cast and you'll probably be able to tell. You'll probably be able to tell why I like this movie. Michael Shannon, Winona Ryder, Ray Liotta, James Franco. Great cast in this film. There's a lot of others. It's pretty good. Basically, it's a movie about Richard Kuklinski, who was a serial killer, claimed to be in the mob, really wasn't, obviously. Yeah, there's a video that I checked out recently that was reviewing this movie and going into the factual. It's not history buff, so history buffs would be a pretty damn good guy to cover this film, I think. Very much went into detail, though, about how Richard Kuklinski was not actually involved in the mob. He was a pathological liar. That's the word I was trying to look for. And yeah, basically the movie kind of takes what Richard Kuklinski was saying and basically shapes the movie to be, what if he was telling the truth about this? And I think it's interesting, you know. Michael Shannon, great performance in this movie. I think Michael Shannon does great in pretty much everything he's in. Revolutionary Road, which unfortunately does not make the countdown this year. That's probably honorary number 101. That was a really good movie. Michael Shannon gives a great performance. Winona Ryder is just great, like she is in everything. Ray Liotta is really fucking good in this movie. Really like Ray Liotta. Even Chris Evans, who I normally hate, gave a pretty decent performance in this film, I think, in the couple scenes he's in. James Franco, in I believe it's one scene he's in as well, is really good. I don't know what it is about the director of this film, but he was able to get great performances out of pretty much everybody in the cast, and yeah, it's kind of your stereotypical mob movie, you know, guy gets hired by the mob, does killings, goes around. Even David Schwimmer gives a good performance. He's in this movie for a little bit as well. But he basically just hired to be a contract killer, and eventually things end up going south. Basically, that's kind of your prototypical mob movie. I enjoyed it. Maybe on a rewatch, I might not like it so much, but it wasn't too bad. The Iceman, it was pretty good for number 98. 97 is A Death to Smoochie. This is a pretty funny movie right here. Robin Williams, Edward Norton, Danny DeVito, who directed the movie. Danny DeVito. He directed the movie Danny DeVito, which is not on the countdown. But but no, Death to Smoochie. This one I really enjoy. Very dark comedy. It's a very dark comedy. Basically, Robin Williams is this talk show host, or not talk show host, this kids TV show host who ends up getting fired after it's revealed that parents have been bribing him to get their kids like more time on the show and highlighted more than other kids, basically. And Edward Norton is hired as Smoochie, the rhino, who is set to replace Robin Williams' character, and he's a big hit. He's very pure, very innocent at heart, Edward Norton's character, and Robin Williams is basically trying to either kill him or get him fired. And it goes wrong for Robin Williams, and it's just a fucking hilarious movie. 2002 was very much the year of Robin Williams being untouchable. This 1 Hour Photo and his Broadway stand-up comedy special was just... This might have been peak Robin Williams' 2002, in my opinion, honestly. He gave some great performances. Yeah, Edward Norton, hilarious in this movie. Very surprised he would do this type of movie, but I'm really happy he did. Danny DeVito's pretty good. It's also kind of a mob movie, because the mob does end up getting involved very briefly. And it's pretty funny. I'm not going to get into spoilers from any of these movies. I'm just going to give basically the plot and try and give a reason why I like the movie. But it's pretty funny. I enjoy it. I think it takes what the plot usually would be and kind of twists it around. I think it's a pretty funny dark comedy. I quite like it for number 97. Number 96, Dawn of the Dead, 2004. This is of course the remake of the horror classic by George A. Romero. This one directed by Zack Snyder. Basically, you know the plot of a basic zombie movie. Zombies take over and survivors try to survive. That's literally the whole movie. But it's really good. It very much kind of feels like an adrenaline rush at certain points. Uh, we follow our main character, I believe, Sarah Polly, I believe is the character's is the actor's name who plays her. And we basically see her as a nurse. She goes in from she leaves her day shift and goes home where she meets she sees a little girl that I guess she talks to occasionally. She's rollerblading, goes home, lays down with her husband. Everything's fine. Next morning, little girl's a zombie, comes in, bites her husband. He tries to attack. She's able to escape. Eventually, she finds some other survivors in a mall. There's a car crash that she gets into. It's a really really chaotic first 20-25 minutes. And I always remembered as a kid watching those first, I'd say 10-15 minutes and being like, holy shit, this is intense, and having to turn the movie off or whatever. Or I'd listen to it with no sound. But overall, it's pretty good. I do quite like it. I only like it more than the original, I think, just because I feel like this one is more nostalgic for me. This one I do remember more as a kid, seeing the disc art, the cover of the DVD, and of course the first 10-15 minutes, which is very weird because I do remember certain times watching the opening, seeing because there's a weird part where Sarah Polly's car stops and there's a woman that's not a zombie but she's like very badly damaged. She comes across like the hood of her car, like help me, or she's like out of it and she's like crawling to just try and get wherever I guess. And like I remember certain points because in the theater you for some reason can't show boobs, so they obviously had her in a bikini because early 2000s film, you gotta have at least one person in a bikini. And then in the uncut version, obviously they have her boobs out. I remember seeing both cuts, and I used to watch the same DVD, and it was the uncut version. So I don't know what happened. If I was possibly misremembering that I was watching the opening on YouTube, which obviously you can't show boobs on YouTube either. That's understandable. But, I don't know if I was misremembering watching the DVD and then the YouTube version. Like, I don't know what, but I always remember that for some reason because it was like, oh, that was okay. It's this time and this is that the other time. But Dawn of the Dead, it's very, very solid. I quite like it. And for someone who does not like zombies and not in like I don't like zombie movies, just like I don't want zombies to be real type of thing, as I think a majority of us don't want zombies to be real. It's pretty good. It plays off the scares very well. There's a little bit of humor in there as well as like the original. Of course, the zombie baby. I think everybody brings up the zombie baby. Really damn cool. And this might sound sadistic. I'm very surprised Zack Snyder did not try and kill the zombie baby on camera or on screen because I'm sure if he could have, he would have done something incredible with that. Zack Snyder and James Gunn, I believe, who wrote the movie, I think, they worked very, very well with this, I think. It sucks that Army of the Dead couldn't follow this up in some way. It seems like they tried hard to lean into Dawn of the Dead's, like, getting creative side with the zombie baby. They, of course, did the zombie tiger. They kind of copied Zombieland Double Tap and did, like, the multiple breeds of zombies. I don't think Zombieland Double Tap came up with that, but that's the most recent one before Army of the Dead that I can think of that had that. But they kind of copied other zombie movies with the multiple breeds and then not really doing anything like it, like Zombieland Double Tap, which is right here. You can see on my shelf right next to Zombieland. Yeah, I there were certain things about Army of the Dead and like, but this is about Dawn of the Dead. I can do a review of Army of the Dead eventually, probably. But yeah, Dawn of the Dead, pretty good. I like the movie. Okay. Coming in at number 95, Beetlejuice. Michael Keaton is just fantastic to watch in this. I've seen the movie I think twice, and every single time I remember Michael Keaton and Winona Ryder because obviously Winona Ryder. She was pretty good in this movie. Surprisingly, for I believe she was 14 or 15 in this movie, she really worked as the gothic teenage girl without coming off as annoying, which I think a lot of other people would have made that role very annoying and very like pretentious in a way. But Winona Ryder seemed to tap into what made that character unique and that character stand out from other emo characters that would come in like the 90s and the 2000s. And then of course, obviously again, Michael Keaton just steals the entire goddamn thing, which is weird because he's the starring role, but he steals the show from, I guess, himself, you could say. He is just wacky and eccentric. He is incredible and great fun to watch in this movie. And basically, Alec Baldwin and Gina Davis are ghosts who die. Their house is sold to, I believe, Catherine O'Hara, I believe, is the mother, and I forget who the father is, but Winona Ryder is their daughter, and they're trying to get them to move out so they can stay in their house, even though they're ghosts. Basically, Winona Ryder can see the ghosts. She doesn't care because she's gothic, obviously. And so they hire the help of Beetlejuice to try and get Catherine O'Hara and her husband out of the house. So it's pretty fun, pretty wacky, late 80s goofball comedy, stuff, horror comedy kind of. It's pretty enjoyable. I liked it. Number 94. just it was enjoyable. I liked it. It was fun. No, but it was fun. It was creative. It was wacky. It was kind of what you expect from a movie like this. And I liked it. Number 94, Adaptation. This is a very, very good movie. Now, keep in mind, boyos, when I say, this movie was very, very good, I'm not ranking what I think the best movies I've seen are. I'm ranking them on how much I personally enjoyed them. So, Adaptation, I can say, is a very, very good movie. But I can like it. Yeah, it was pretty good, So, like, there's a difference. There's, like, this was amazing, really, really good, pretty good, meh, bad, and then terrible. But then my liking can be, I loved this film. Really liked it. Quite liked it. Liked. Didn't care for it. Didn't like it. Disliked. Hate. Promising Young Woman. So you can... this video is going to be 100 great movies and then constant jabs at Promising Young Woman. But Adaptation with Nicolas Cage, Meryl Streep, Chris Cooper. Basically, Nicolas Cage is a dual role here, and he is fucking incredible in this film. This is arguably his best performance, like his legit best performance without getting into the memes of Vampire's Kiss and Wicker Man and all those movies. But he plays twin brothers. He actually plays Charlie and Donald Kaufman, who, as you can see on the poster, screenwrote it, and Spike Jonze directed. They were all incredible. But he plays Charlie and Donald Kaufman, so it's kind of semi-biographical in a way. Rest in peace, Donald Kaufman. In real life, unfortunately, he did pass away. But yeah, basically, Nicolas Cage plays Charlie and Donald Kaufman. Charlie is a screenwriter. Donald is kind of a do-nothing, sit-at-home type of guy. And Charlie can't come up with a story. He's trying to adapt Meryl Streep's character's book into a film. And then Donald comes up with an idea. He ends up sharing it with Meryl Streep somehow. I believe there's a dinner at his place, or a party at Charlie Coffin's place. Donald's obviously there, and he ends up talking to some people. And he ends up becoming a guy who's hired to write a screenplay. He gets his brother to do it, and it's very, very, very wacky. It's a very, 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 very funny film. You kind of had to expect that of Charlie Kaufman, some kind of dry humor in there. I really, really like the screenplays that he gives. And Spike Jonze, this is one great, great film. And I just realized there is a movie that should have been on this list that is not. I apologize to her. Spike Jonze directed Joaquin Phoenix and Scarlett Johansson. Consider 94, I guess, the honorary her position, because Adaptation and her are just... Actually, wait, did I put her on the list? I gotta look real quick on the list because I don't remember if I did. I feel like I did. I did not. Holy hell, I am very, very sorry. But yeah, Adaptation, very good film. I quite like it. It's pretty good, and it was fun. It was fun to watch. Probably gotta watch it again because it's been a while since I've seen it. 93, Groundhog Day. This is Bill Murray, Andy McDowell. The straw that broke the camel's back, if you will, between Bill Murray and Harold Ramis's relationship. Basically, I believe Bill Murray wanted to go in a more realistic, dark kind of light, and Harold Ramis wanted to keep the movie very PG, very comedic. I think either version could have worked. I understand why we went with Harold Ramis' version because it's really really funny. Bill Murray is sent to this little town with his news crew, and he keeps waking up to find that it's Groundhog Day, and he basically has to relive the same day over and over and over until he, I guess, changes the air of his ways. You know, that typical cliche, but it's really damn funny. Bill Murray, great comedian, great actor. Really funny in this movie. Andy McDowell gets a few laughs out of me, which is something that does not happen often. But overall, fun movie. I liked it. One that I own on Blu-ray. I'll probably watch it again in the future. Michael Shannon's first ever role, by the way. Michael Shannon's first ever role. Only thing I'm gonna spoil this movie. It's really doesn't make sense unless you know the context of the scene or if you seen the movie. If you film the movie, then you'll understand it. No, but if you've seen the movie, you'll understand. But he's the guy that gets tickets to WrestleMania. He is the dude. He is that dude there with his girlfriend. That is him, in that scene. I'm pretty sure that's him. And so the first time I watched this, I did know he was in the movie in that scene. I was like, where's Michael Shannon? Like, there's no way that's Michael Shannon. And it's like, wow, holy shit, yeah, that's Michael Shannon. So yeah, another reason to really like this movie, Michael Shannon's in it for like 3 seconds. No, it's like 20 seconds. But yeah, Michael Shannon's in the movie. Groundhog Day, pretty fun. 92, one of the best Christmas movies of all time, Die Hard. Fuck you, it's a Christmas movie. Die Hard. Of course, everybody knows Die Hard. John McClane has to save a bunch of people from fucking terrorists led by Alan Rickman, which is the most terrifying thing in the world because, god damn it, you don't want Alan Rickman being your villain because fucking hell, he takes it way too seriously. But in a good way because this movie does need that. And yeah, Die Hard, everybody knows, great film, really damn solid. Love Bruce Willis in this. Alan Rickman's incredible, just a great action movie, really fun. Does not have as much action as I think one would expect from this movie, but I like that. It kind of focuses on the characters for a bit, and I quite like it. Die Hard, pretty good. 91, the Buddy Holly story. I'm sure some people are surprised to see a biopic on... surprised to see a biopic on this list. And to be fair, I am too. It was a pretty good movie. I quite liked Buddy Holly's story. I do respect this more than other biopics because it doesn't show the formation of Buddy Holly and the Crickets. It doesn't show when he's a kid and his child. No. When the movie starts, he's already a musician. He's already formed the band. It focuses on their story and Buddy Holly with, I believe, his wife. I believe it was who she was in his life. It's a pretty good biopic. One of the few that I actually enjoy, and yeah, it's just kind of the way I think biopics should be made. Once a person's dead, you can get as much as you can in the movie, and it's overall pretty good. You know, only changes a few things just to fit the narrative of the story, which I think is kind of should be the purpose of a biopic. Tell as much as you can in the proper way, but change a couple things just to add a bit of tension or add some effect to the story. I like that, actually. That's what Bohemian Rhapsody did wrong, though, was they changed way too much and didn't make it interesting in the slightest, you know? So yeah, Buddy Holly's story coming in at 91. Number 90, as you guys might have just seen, is Uncut Gems. This is a movie I've seen once, and I really liked it. It was... I think everybody said it the best. It's a 2-hour-long adrenaline rush, basically. Adam Sandler plays this sleazy jewel salesman who has to who tries to get this very wealthy type of crystal. It would make him a lot of money. And he's in debt to some people, I think, in the mob, actually. Why does it always come back to the goddamn mob? In the mafia or whatever. And there's NBA players that are getting involved. He ends up making a couple bets. It's a 2-hour-long adrenaline rush. That is the best way to describe this film. I really can't get into any of the plot without just revealing what happens in the film, and I obviously don't want to do that for you guys. But Uncut Gems, it should be on Netflix. I think it is. If any of the other Safdie brother films are like this, god damn it, I'm gonna love them all. But Uncut Gems is a very good film. Adam Sandler, obviously, with one of his best performances of all time. Probably not his best. It's definitely top 3, though. Definitely top 3, but for sure one of his best. Absolutely incredible. got snubbed big time of even a nomination. Adam Sandler, great in this film. Number 89 will be Creepshow from 1982. This really surprised me with how much I liked it. Only number 89, but I really, really enjoyed this film. I've seen it once. Yeah, Creepshow. Basically, it's an anthology, 5 short films in this film. One of them has Leslie Nielsen in one of his best roles that I've seen him in so far. He's a vengeful ex who tries to kill his ex-wife and her new husband. Another one is a guy just getting eaten. A guy who has not germophobia, but he does not like bugs or insects. He's very not Howie Mandel because it's ADHD, but he likes to keep everything neat and clean and spotless, basically. And he's getting a cockroach. He's getting a cock. He's pulling his cock out. He's getting a cockroach infection, basically, or infestation, not infection, infestation. There's 3 other stories. There's one where a husband comes back from the dead to kill his family. Basically, there's 2 others that I forget. There's the crate, which is the longest easily. There's this mysterious crate, and there's something within it. It's a very, very good anthology. None of the stories really overstay their welcome, basically, or overwelcome their stay, technically, I should say. It's just a really, really fun horror anthology that doesn't take itself super, super seriously. There's jokes when it needs to be. But overall, a very distinct style and look of the films. Really like it, or the film. Technically, it's like 5 short films in one, basically. Really like it. Pretty fun. Pretty cool. Check out Creepshow if you haven't yet. Regret the chance that I have not bought. Regret the chance that I had to buy this movie on DVD, and I did not. So, yeah. Creepshow, number 89. 88 is Moneyball with Brad Pitt. This is a very, very good, another biopic, technically, actually. This is a movie about the 2002 Oakland Athletics. Basically Brad Pitt plays their manager. Barry Bonds? Not Barry Bonds. Billy Bean. Billy Bean, that's his name. Billy Bean. And he basically has to deal with a very, very tight cap that they have. A very, very low cap hit that they have to deal with comprising their team. They're about to lose several of their star players. And basically, he meets this guy played by Jonah Hill, who is kind of developing this thing that would eventually become Moneyball into determining which players are very undervalued by their teams, which players are, not given a fair shot, and he basically comprises a solid team. And it's a very, very grounded film, very, very solid, very, very much like it. Philip Seymour Hoffman's also in it. Unfortunately, he doesn't get a whole lot to do in the film, but he's pretty okay. Jonah Hill, I thought, was pretty good. Brad Pitt, I thought, was really, really good in this film. Chris Pratt, really, really good in this film. I think he gave probably his best performance, I think, that I've seen him in so far in this film. I believe it was a script written by, I'm trying to see on the bottom if it says who it was written by. I forget who, but it was very, very well written. Very well written. Moneyball, 88. It's pretty good. 87 is another Jonah Hill film, actually. Superbad. This one with Michael Cera and Christopher Mintz-Plasse as well, who was also in Promising Young Woman, which is a movie that fucking sucks. I'm gonna bash it as much as I can. Whenever I find an opportunity to, I will bash the fuck out of this film. But or that film, not this film, Superbad. Superbad's pretty funny, actually. It very much surprised me when I first saw this movie how funny it really was. Because I went into this expecting, it's going to be a typical mid-2000s filled with random sex jokes and just fucking stupid movie. I'll give it a chance. And it was really funny, surprisingly. The teens in this film act like real teens without going to the point of being super annoying. They're funny. Michael Cera is incredibly funny in this movie. So is Christopher Mintz-Plasse, obviously. Funny enough, I thought Jonah Hill was probably the weakest of the 3, and he was kind of the breakout of this film. Of course, Bill Hader as one of the cops with Seth Rogen. They're fucking hysterical. They're hilarious in this movie. Basically, a group of teens just want to get to a party that's being hosted. They promise that they'll get some alcohol. cue hijinks and hilarity as they try and get to the party. It's really, really funny. I really like this movie, and yeah, Superbad just works. It's a funny comedy. 86 is The People versus Larry Flint, 1996 right here. A Milos Forman film. I'm very happy that he did something, another good film, before he ended up doing Man on the Moon, which also kind of sucks. Woody Harrelson's great in this. Courtney Cox does not, or sorry, Courtney Love does not make me hate her in this film. She is tolerable for once. And Edward Norton is, she's tolerable, unlike Promising Young Woman. Alright, I'll hold off on the Promising Young Woman jokes for like 10 minutes, I promise. And Edward Norton in, I believe, his first film. I believe this came out a couple months before Primal Fear did. But he's pretty good in this. Basically, Larry Flint. It's another biopic, actually. This is the biopic section, I swear to God. This, Superbad, even to a certain extent, is kind of a biopic, because it was based on Seth Rogen and I can't think of the guy's name. It was just in my mind. Noah, not Noah. Something. No, Joe. It was based on Seth Rogen and his friend who co-wrote the scripts. Life in a way. Obviously, they didn't go to a party with the alcohol and whatever, but it was kind of loosely based on their story. So in a way, it's a biopic. Moneyball, and then I was gonna say Uncut Gems. No, fucking Buddy Holly story. This is kind of the biopic section, but basically, it's about Larry Flint, who ran this the magazine called Hustlers, which was kind of like Playboy, except leaning into the nudity, and how he had to battle the U.S. government constantly times. I can English, I promise. Had to battle basically the U.S. government and the laws, several constantly times, several times, and it's just a pretty fun movie watching Woody Harrelson get into all these antics that are somehow legitimate. And overall, it's a pretty good film. The last probably 10 minutes or so kind of drag it down a little bit, but I think it is still pretty solid. I think it's overall a very, very good film to watch. I think it's pretty good. And yeah, People vs. Larry Flint, I think it works. It's one of the few biopics that I think also clicks, because you don't know a lot. I don't think there's footage of Larry Flint doing much of what he did in court, much footage of that out there. So this actually is something good, unlike Man on the Moon, which I believe would be his next film, which is also a biopic, in which that it would that film would just show you Andy Kaufman bits that we already know about. Basically, this film showed you stuff that you kind of couldn't get a look at, and so this is kind of the best, not reinterpretation, but this is kind of the best way to see the stuff that happened with Larry Flint. And 86, pretty good film. I like it again. Number 85, Oh Brother, Where Art Thou, from 2000. 3 escaped convicts basically end up creating a really big hit song without realizing it, as they try and find their way back to George Clooney's family under the guise of there being a ton of money where he's trying to take them. George Clooney, again, great in this film. John Turturro, really, really funny. Tim Blake Nelson's great as well. All three of them are just absolutely hilarious in this film. John Goodman is very, very solid in the couple scenes he's in. It's a Coen Brothers film, so that should tell you it's pretty good as well. The fucking song Man of Constant Sorrow, really, really, I think, made very popular by this film, and it's incredible. Really good film. Love it. Really fun. I've seen it a couple times. Probably gonna have to watch it some more. Just a good film. I like it overall. 84, World's Greatest Dad with Robin Williams. This is another very dark comedy. This is basically about a father who ends up having to deal with an incident involving his son, who's very much a loser, very much a loser, a former spy kid, and also he plays a character in this movie. No, when you're married to Meghan Trainor, you are arguably the biggest loser of all right now. But no, he plays, his son is basically a big time loser. He doesn't have anything going, and he's very much a typical high school kid, if you will, and Robin Williams basically has to try and deal with this incident that happens. It's a very, very dark comedy, but it's very funny. It's very funny. One of Robin Williams' best roles. I don't want to spoil much about this film because I don't want to give away a couple of the twists that happen, but it's incredibly funny. It also gets a bit emotional at some points. It does end up pulling, and it does end up working when it tries to be serious. Works well when it's trying to be funny. Just overall, pretty good movie. 84, world's greatest dad. I'm gonna try and speed along because we're already half an hour in and we're at 84 only. So yeah, 83, Observe and Report. This movie stars Seth Rogen. He's basically a cop, sort of cop. He's a mall cop who has who has Tourette's. He ends up falling in love with this other like store clerk, basically played by Anna Faris, and he is constantly harassed by his boss, played by Ray Liotta, who's pretty funny in this. And he basically has to try and find the cause. He basically has to try and take down this flasher who is going around flashing everybody at this mall. It's incredibly funny. It's surprised for how juvenile the plot might sound. Like, oh, Seth Rogen has to stop this guy who's showing his dick to everybody. It actually is pretty funny, and it does work. It's not a Judd Apatow Seth Rogen film, so it's actually funny. It actually does work. Observe and Report, just a funny film. I quite like it. It very much surprised me with how good it was. 82, Motherless Brooklyn. This one stars Edward Norton, Willem Dafoe, Alec Baldwin, with Bruce Willis in a supporting role. One of Bruce Willis's last roles, and very unfortunately, I believe probably the last, or one of the last, before he ended up getting diagnosed with the disease that he has, where he will not ever be able to act as himself again, unfortunately. Yeah, basically Edward Norton plays this guy, also with Tourette's. Actually funny. It's funny, I'll put these movies back to back. He has Tourette's, and he's trying to solve the murder of a colleague of his, and he gets help from Willem Dafoe. Alec Baldwin plays this corrupt city mayor of his. It takes place, I believe, in the 50s, and Gigi, the fucking woman in the poster, plays basically a love interest who has somewhat info on Alec Baldwin. It's a very, very slow burning film. It was very, very good though. It was pretty good. I quite liked it. My only issue is that it is close to 3 hours long, so it's not one that I'm probably gonna watch a lot over the years. But it is definitely a very, very good film. I think Edward Norton got robbed of at least a nomination for Best Actor. I thought he was incredible in this film. Willem Dafoe was also very, very good. I liked Alec Baldwin for how much of a prick he is in real life. He fucking killing somebody. But yeah, Motherless Brooklyn, overall a good film. If the plot sounds like it interests you, check it out. Of course, it's Edward Norton, so I think that should interest everybody. But yeah, great film, coming in at 82. Number 81, Nobody. I don't believe John Wick is on this list, but Nobody is. I like the John Wick films enough. I think Nobody is the better film overall. Nobody, basically, Bob Odenkirk is this dude who has his house robbed one day, and he's trying to basically find the people who did it and kick their ass. He's a former, kind of like John Wick, he's in a way a former like assassin, hitman type of guy. It's a fucking great film, and I enjoyed it a lot. It was incredibly fun. I actually do think this is better than John Wick. I think it has a little bit more plot. I like the one-liners more. It doesn't take it as a pure action, which is I think the problem with John Wick, especially in the sequels, that it tries so hard to be this big, epic film that when Nobody comes along and does it better with a more comedic twist, it works better. Of course, Christopher Lloyd's in this film. He is fucking awesome. I love Christopher Lloyd. RZA, I believe, is who's in this film. It's one of the those, weirdly enough, a lot of rappers turn actors. He's one of those. I'm pretty sure it's RZA. He's pretty good in this movie, surprisingly. I was not expecting much from a rapper turned actor, but he was actually pretty solid in this. Of course, Bob Odenkirk is great. The scene that I remember the most, and it's one that very much has stuck with me, is the scene where Bob Odenkirk's trying to get back the kitty cat bracelet that was stolen from his daughter. And by the way, I want to point out, John Leguizamo would have been great as the main villain. I think John Leguizamo would have worked incredible in this film. But but yeah, and he ends up breaking into the house of this couple who turns out did steal, but not from him, from a different family. And it turns out they were doing it to support their literal infant who is hooked up to all these machines, and it can barely breathe, basically. And that scene stuck with me because it was like, wow, This is a comedic film that just did something so fucking beautiful and so brilliant, and it was a great film. And Bob Odenkirk basically like, holy shit, you know, like I'm sorry, I will get out of here. And he leaves. It leaves an impact on him, and it's such a fucking good scene that in this comedic film that it almost takes you out of the comedy for a bit. It's like, wow, that just happened, you know. And it's a great film. I love it. It's very fun. Of course, the scene on the fucking bus is one of the greatest action scenes I've seen. Uh, Nobody watch this movie. Can't wait for the sequel to come out. Really hope it's nearly as good as the first one. Overall, very 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 fun film. Number 80, Spider-Man Into the Spider-Verse. I forgot I picked the Spider-Gwen poster. The one Spider-Man film that's on this list, surprisingly, for a lot of people, surprisingly, didn't care that much for No Way Home, surprisingly. But yeah, basically, Into the Spider-Verse. Sorry. Count the yawns. Count the yawns. A fun game to play at home with your family on this beautiful Christmas day. If you're watching this on Christmas, which I hope you are. But basically, Into the Spider-Verse. Basically, Miles Morales is a kid who meets Spider-Man, and he ends up inheriting the suit. Finds out that there's a ton of other Spider-Verses, Spider-Gwen, Spider-Noir, Spider-Pig, just a couple of the ones that he ends up meeting. It's overall very, very fun comic book film that doesn't take itself too seriously, while also being very, very beautiful, visually very stunning film, and great, great cast. Jake Johnson's in it, Haley Steinfeld, of course. Nicolas Cage as Spider-Noir might be the most perfect casting I've seen in any film of all time. He's fucking great in this. And I'm very happy to see the sequels when they come out. I know the first sequel is coming out, I think, next year in 23, and then I think the next sequel is the year after in 24. There's apparently a Spider-Gwen spin-off that's supposed to be coming out, and any more Haley Steinfeld we can get, I'm a massive fan of that. Even if it is an animated spider form. Funny enough, I don't like spiders, but Spider-Man is probably my favorite superhero. That's kind of funny, I just thought. But yeah, Into the Spider-Verse, very fun movie. I enjoy it. If you haven't seen it yet, please take the time out of your day to watch it eventually, because I think you'll like how fun it is. Very, very beautiful, stunning again. Very visually stunning again. It's made by, I was going to say Ezra Miller. No, that would be a nightmare. Fucking Miller and the guys. Give me a second. I'm going to get upstream right now. I'm going to get off camera and grab a DVD, because I know what these guys have done. These guys did the Lego movies. Phil Lord and Christopher Miller. I grabbed the DVD. I grab a DVD because I go to look for the names, and I remember it right as I'm about to fucking turn the DVD. Don't you guys love that power that you have where you're talking about someone, you're able to grab a DVD and think, oh, I know this person without even having to look? Yeah, Christopher Miller and Phil Lord. Did I say Phil Miller and Christopher Miller? I might have. But yeah, Phil Lord, Lord and Miller, they made this film, I'm pretty sure. And it shows because it is beautiful, visually incredible. Great film. 79 is American Pie. And this is a movie that I'm sure a couple people are going to be surprised to see on this list, because I don't think it was on the list last year. I finally seen all four of the halfway decent American Pie films. This one obviously is my favorite. If I had to rank them, probably honestly 1, 2, Reunion, Wedding. I did not care for American Reunion, surprisingly. And then obviously the spin-offs just go Bandcamp, and the rest can fucking burn. Bandcamp was partially funny. I will defend Bandcamp. Maybe it's my nostalgia speaking. I quite enjoyed Bandcamp. That was a decent film. Not decent film. It was a little funny. It had a couple funny bits. But American Pie is surprisingly really funny. I don't know why, but it legitimately is very, very funny. Basically, it stars a group of four guys: Jason Biggs, Sean William Scott. I can't remember his name. Damn it. I'm gonna remember the Keanu Reeves lookalike. I'm gonna remember as soon as I pick up the DVD, aren't I? Probably, but I'm coming over to my shelf, grabbing the DVD. Hey, what do you know? This time I did not remember. Why is this section just me grabbing a bunch of DVDs? It is Thomas Ian Nichols and Chris Klein. That's his names. Yeah, I have 2 copies of American Pie on DVD. This is just one of them. But yeah, those 4 who all kind of make a pact that they're going to lose their virginity by prom night, and it's them trying to get with various different girls. Jason Biggs is going after is it Svetlana? Is the Mr. Gigi video corrupting me, or is her name Svetlana? I'm pretty sure it's Svetlana. Chris Klein is in a relationship with Mina Severa. Tara Reid is kind of in there. I thought Tara Reid is probably the most boring of all the characters in this film. Allison Hannigan's in there. She is hilarious, especially in this one and the second one. I think is when she really was at her comedic peak in these films. Eugene Levy, of course, is Mr. Levestein, is probably the funniest character in these movies, even in the spin-offs. He seems to always have at least one funny line. But American Pie, very, very funny. Very surprisingly funny. I was going to these movies expecting to hate them. I've told the story, I'm pretty sure, before. I was expecting to do a video on how bad the American Pie franchise was. And if I do a video, it's probably how well the first one has held up. Even the second one has held up well. I just didn't like it as much as this one. But American Pie, very funny. And, yeah. I quite like it. It doesn't take itself super seriously, which is which is good for a movie like this. But it doesn't just rely on pure sex jokes. It actually has some funny, clever jokes. Of course, there's usual gross out humor that you kind of have to have in a movie like this. I think it's law that you have to have at least 3 gross out jokes in a film like this. But it's actually pretty funny. There's some well-written dialogue, and it's actually funny. So yeah, American Pie, surprisingly, at 79. 78 is a slap shot. Basically, Paul Newman buys a team, and he's faking a sell of the team to get the team to play better. He brings in the Hanson brothers, and cue hilarity. It's probably the best hockey movie that has ever been made. Goon is a very close second. That didn't make the list, but it was still pretty funny. But Slapshot, one of the funniest films, I think, pre-1990s. This movie still holds up absolutely. If you're a hockey fan and you have not seen Slapshot yet, you have to watch it. There's so many fucking hilarious jokes in this film and so many funny one-liners. It's just a great film overall. Really big fan of it. Yeah, and the ending. I want to say about the ending real quick. I'm not going to spoil it, but the ending is something that only works in this film. It is fucking stupid, but it works in this film. Any other film did it, or you bring in any other director or writers to do this film, it doesn't work. This movie, the ending of this film does not work unless it is written by Nancy Dowd, directed by George Roy Hill, and it has the cast that it does. The ending of this film does not work unless it's this combination. It is a perfect way to end a film like this. It is just so stupid, so fucking hilarious. It's just really, really damn funny. Slapshot coming in at 78. 77 is Primal Fear with Richard Gere. Edward Norton is the big standout of this film. This was, I believe, his breakout role. And it shows because Edward Norton gives one of his best performances in this film. Basically, Edward Norton is this preacher boy, this choir boy. Preacher boy sounds like it's like you fucking preacher boy. But he's a choir boy who is accused of murdering his of murdering one of the fathers of the church, and he has split personality disorder. He has this other side of him that is more or less trying to say that the father deserved what happened to him, and it's basically an evil side. I believe it's called Roy, actually. Funny enough, 2 movies in a row where I mentioned a guy named Roy. But there's 2 sides of him. One of them, like I said, is trying to basically say he killed him. The other doesn't remember if it did happen or if he didn't. And more stuff comes out. Richard Gere is the defense attorney who's trying to defend him. Laura Linney is very, very good in this movie. I underrated Laura Linney when I first saw her. I think it was in... I don't think it was Liar Liar. I forget what movie it was I first saw her in. I don't think she's in Liar Liar. I forgot what it was I first saw her in, but I was like, oh yeah, okay, that's whatever. As soon as I saw this in Ozark, started watching Ozark, I was like, holy shit, Laura Linney is really, really good. And I'm probably going to have to see more stuff that she's in, because she's a really, really good actor. But Primal Fear, great film. Of course, the scene with Edward Norton and Laura Linney in the courtroom, that's just... mwah. That is how you build suspense up, and that is how you pay it off within a single scene. That is just a great scene right there. You watch this movie for Edward Norton. Richard Gere, fuck him. He's whatever. Richard Gere's an asshole. Laura Linney's pretty good. You can watch the movie for her too. Frances McDormand kind of given nothing to do in the one scene she's in. I'm very unfortunate because Frances McDormand is a great actor. But Edward Norton, you watch this movie for Edward Norton. This movie is built solely off the back of Edward Norton, pretty much, and it's just a damn good film. Please check it out. 73 is Flushed Away. What a great way to follow up a crime drama with a funny kids animated rat movie. Basically, this rat named Roddy, played by Hugh Jackman, gets flushed down the toilet by this big ass rat. I don't remember his name, and he ends up getting flushed down the toilet into this big ass world of rats and rodents, basically. And he ends up meeting Rita, played by the beautiful Kate Winslet, and they're basically trying to get him home. She gets a ruby stolen by the mob, because apparently the mob are involved in a majority of the films I like, somehow. I swear to God, now that I'm thinking about it, the mob is involved in Slapshot, I think. I swear to God, I did not plan for this to happen. My phone is getting text messages left and right. I'm sorry, boyos. But yeah, basically trying to get him to the surface, and yeah. Could have been very easy for this movie to go all out with the toilet humor, toilet jokes. They really don't. If anything, there's a surprising lack of toilet humor in this movie. Aside from, when he's getting flushed down, just he tries to trick the one guy into getting flushed down, and that's what causes him to get flushed down instead. It's very much not reliant on haha pee pee poo poo, but more so, this rat's kind of dumb, at first. He's not dumb. He's not dumb. He's just very pampered, very spoiled of a rat. And yeah, it's just a very fun, endearing kids film. It's one that I would show it to probably an 8-9-year-old. I think they'd like it. You can show it to an older audience. They'd like it. It's overall just a fun, quirky little Aardman film. It's Aardman who made Wallace and Gromit. They made a bunch of other really, really fun kids films. I mean, they also made Chicken Run. I believe they did Shaun the Sheep too. I think they worked on Shaun the Sheep, if I remember correctly. They did a lot of other really fun children's properties. And Milk Break, I'm sorry. Yeah, Flushed Away, 76. It's pretty good. 75 is Funny People, starring Adam Sandler, Seth Rogen, Aubrey Plaza's in this. Aziz Ansari, unfortunately, is in this. Basically, Adam Sandler is a comedian. It's very, very semi-biographical in a way. It's kind of a reflection of Adam Sandler's own career. He's this really funny comedian who started off hot. He's come up with a couple stinkers as of lately, and he finds out he has cancer. He does not have long to live, so he tries to train these proteges, Seth Rogen, Jonah Hill, and Aubrey Plaza, he tries to train them to become kind of his heir, his next, he hires Seth Rogen to write for him, and he tries to get these, like I said, Seth Rogen, Jonah Hill, and Aubrey Plaza, he tries to hire them to kind of be like his second right-hand men, if you will, and basically to be his proteges, tries to teach them how to be real comedians and whatever, and it's pretty good. It's a really, really good film. Second half kind of drags a little bit. I thought the second half could have been trimmed down, and of course Judd Apatow has to get his cunt wife Leslie Mann involved somehow, but it's honestly a pretty good film. It's pretty good. Judd Apatow actually made a fucking good film for once. Give him a goddamn gold medal or something, because the fact that Judd Apatow can make anything close to a good film, let alone a pretty good film, fucking lightning in a bottle, apparently. But yeah, Funny People, surprisingly a pretty good film. Adam Sandler, very, very good in this film. Aubrey Plaza, she's good in anything she's in. And I just realized, shout out to Ingrid Goes West. That's not on the countdown. I apologize. Don't come and hurt me. You can come, but don't hurt me. Honorary sex joke, boy. I had to get one off. And it wasn't an American Pie, so I'm happy about that. More Milk Break. This is like actual milk, not like milk. This is actual like dairy milk. But 75, I'm gonna stop recording too, because goddamn, I'm going off the rails already. 75, Funny People. That's pretty good. 74, Thank You for Smoking. This is a very, very fun satirical comedy. Basically, Aaron Eckhart stars as this guy who is hired basically by cigarette companies to promote how good smoking is, how you should do it, basically. And he kind of has to go up against William H. Macy, who's the governor of a state who wants to make smoking illegal, basically. is kind of the basic plot. I don't want to spoil much about the film because it's really, really funny. I don't want to spoil any of the subplots they have going on because it is a very, very funny film. I enjoy it. Haven't seen the ending actually. I've seen this movie one time and it was turned off 15 minutes away from the ending. So it's probably controversial. Harry, how the hell is this movie so high up your list? It's that damn good before I've seen the ending. It's that damn good. Great satirical comedy. Very much makes fun of... Sort of makes fun of both sides. More so just kind of makes you debate with yourself in a way. Very fun film. Thank You for Smoking. Very good. 73, The Truman Show. Jim Carrey is a guy who is completely oblivious that he is being aired on TV. He was basically an experiment from when he was a baby. His life has been broadcast. Millions of people around the world watch him every single day. And it basically follows Truman's life as he goes through life, basically. And he slowly starts to piece together that things aren't what they seem. It's a very, very good film. Jim Carrey gives, I might argue, his second best performance. I was going to say his best performance, but then I remembered a movie that's later on the countdown. Yeah, no, it's 100% his second best performance. Very good film. Laura Linney's also in this one as well. She's pretty good in this one. I like Laura Linney in this one. Overall, a very, very good film. Paul Giamatti's in it, and it's very low-key that he's in it. I think this is right before he started to really become a big name. But, yeah, very good film. Very, very enjoyable. A lot of funny humor to this film. Kind of your typical Jim Carrey comedy. Truman Show is just very, very fun, and the last 15-20 minutes is very, very good, actually. Really, really interesting. Very, very good. Truman Show is just overall pretty fun. 72 is one of the films that I first saw this year. Silence of the Lambs. This is, of course, the beginning of the Hannibal Lecter franchise, if you will. Manhunter technically came first, but the Anthony Hopkins Silence of the Lambs series, that I should say. Jodie Foster is is a private investigator. I don't know if she's private, but she's an investigator who is hired to hired to look after these murders that are going on, and has to, basically ends up checking in with this Hannibal Lecter, who played amazingly by Sir Anthony Hopkins. And basically, he's playing a bunch of mind games with her. It basically kind of spirals into the final 25 minutes of the film. There's, I believe Sean Penn plays Buffalo Bill, who is also incredible in this film. Very frightening, but fucking great in this film. And it's a kidnapping. That's what it is. Jodie Foster's hired to investigate a kidnapping of I want to say it's a senator's daughter, is what it is in the film. A Ottawa senator's daughter. No, a senator's daughter. And, yeah, she thinks Hannibal Lecter did it, interviews him, ends up getting clues to how it's Buffalo Bill, and it leads to the last 20 minutes, which is fucking suspenseful. The first and only time I've seen this movie so far, it kept me at the edge of my seat, because, there's the power going out, and there's the goggles, the night vision goggles, and, wondering what the fuck's gonna happen. It's a great, great film. It is really fucking good. It's at 72, just because I haven't seen the sequels, and I know they kind of muck it up a little bit. I know Red Dragon has mixed opinions. I think a lot of people don't like it because of the Ray Liotta cameo. I think it's a cameo. A lot of people don't like that with the brain. I haven't seen that yet. Some people really enjoy Hannibal. I've heard some people don't like it. Hannibal Rising, I've heard, is eh. But I think everybody kind of agrees this is the best of the Hannibal Lecter films with Sir Anthony Hopkins. And I agree so far. It is pretty damn good. 71, Aardman, Wallace and Gromit, The Curse of the Were-Rabbit. What a way to follow up Silence of the Lambs is with this movie. It's overall pretty good. I very, very much like it. It's a very fun kids film. Basically, Wallace and Gromit are a pair of exterminators in a way, who very peacefully and in a very friendly manner take care of any pesky bugs, rodents, whatever, bunny rabbits, whatever, that are infesting wherever they're called to. They handle them properly. They take them in, take care of them. Very, very nice. And they're called into Lady Tottingham's, played by Helena Bonham Carter. Very, very. They're hired to take care of this infestation of bunnies that they have, and it ends up going weirdly. Well, not that, but they're also inventing things. They're also inventors, and one of them ends up going wrong. One of them becomes a were-rabbit, which is a mix of a werewolf and a rabbit. Obviously, it's very funny. It's a very, very funny film. I enjoyed it a lot. Aardman has made some good films. I still haven't seen Chicken Run, but if I liked Flushed Away and Wallace and Gromit, I think I would like Chicken Run and any other films they did. They also did Pirates Band of Misfits. That was pretty fun. Not great, but it was enjoyable. I think kids would like it. Wallace and Gromit, Curse the Were-Rabbit. I remember watching this a lot as a kid. I actually got it on DVD. Oh, the DVD's literally 4 DVDs off camera. You just barely can't see it. Damn, that sucks. But yeah, Wallace and Gromit, The Curse of the Were-Rabbit. Very, very good film. I quite enjoyed it a lot. It's a very fun film that I remember watching a lot as a kid. And I rewatched it recently. It very much still holds up. Number 70 is What's Eating Gilbert Grape. This is a very, very good film right here. A great performance by Johnny Depp. Juliette Lewis is very good in this film. Leonardo DiCaprio, of course, is incredible as Gilbert Grape's younger brother who has mental illness. Or I forget if it's autism, AD. I forget what they say it is. I don't know if they say what it is, but he does have mental illness, unfortunately. Well, not. Should I say mental illness? Because I don't know if autism is really a mental illness. He has something wrong with him, is what I'll say with Leonardo DiCaprio's character. He has something wrong with him, and it's basically just following Johnny Depp through like a month or something, as he's just trying to go through life. Basically, he's trying to work his job. He's trying to take care of his family, including his very obese mother, who can't move at all. Juliette Lewis ends up coming to his life because she's with her mom. They're like campers or whatever. It's a really, really good film. It's a very kind of slice of life type of film. Tries a little bit hard to be a bit on the pretentious side, but it is for the most part pretty good. I would definitely check it out again. The ending is very, very solid too. I think it's overall a pretty good film, and definitely would check it out again in the future. Number 69, nice. Lost in Translation, Bill Murray and Scarlett Johansson. This is a movie that I really liked. Bill Murray plays this guy who is in a bit of a rut. He's in Japan to film a commercial, and he just kind of doesn't care about the commercial. He doesn't really want to do it. He meets Scarlett Johansson, who is I believe, newly transferred college student, something like that, and they end up striking up a connection, and it's a lot of talking in this film. It's a very, very good film. Anna Faris is weirdly in it for a couple minutes. It's overall a very, very good film, very calm, very nice. Sofia Coppola directed this, which makes up for the sin of her being in Godfather 3. Great director. I believe she also did Ghost World, which is not on here. Big shout out to that movie. Also has Scarlett Johansson, weirdly enough. She really likes directing Scarlett Johansson, I think. I forget if it was Ghost World. Virgin Suicides, that was the movie she did. She did not do Ghost World, sorry. That was... what's his name? I gotta look it up. I'm sorry, boys. Ghost World director. That was Terry Zygoff. Terry Zygoff. That was who did that. She did fucking I just said the movie Virgin Suicide, which I've not seen yet, but I've heard is a great film, which I still need to watch. But yeah, Lost in Translation. Very fun. Not fun, but it's a very calm, very thought-provoking in a way film. Check it out. 68, this fits the Christmas spirit. Polar Express, right here, number 68. It's just a nice, fun, magical Christmas film. Basically, this kid who doesn't believe in Santa anymore gets invited onto the Polar Express by Tom Hanks, and he basically ends up learning the true meaning of Christmas in a way on this train. It's a very visually stunning film. It was part of that era, along with like this and Monster House and Beowulf, Mars Needs Moms, of actors actually acting out a film and then it being turned into CGI. I thought this film did it decent enough. Definitely was improved upon in Monster House, which, spoiler, we'll get to. But was very, very fun. I really enjoyed this film. It's a movie I think me and my best friend watch every year. We've watched it every year for the past, I think, 3 years. I want to say this will be our 3rd or 4th year watching it for Christmas. And yeah, it's this, like, Christmas Vacation, Home Alone. There's a couple movies that we watch at least once a year for Christmas time. This is a really fun one. If you don't really want to care about watching a movie too much, check it out because it's just a very, very fun movie. 67, There Will Be Blood. Daniel Day-Lewis is great in this film. Paul Dano, everybody's great in this film. Basically, Daniel Day-Lewis is this kind of sleazy in a bit of a way businessman who ends up striking oil. He's trying to sell part of like his business. Paul Dano's involved. It's a great Paul Thomas Anderson film, which I didn't even realize Paul Thomas Anderson did this film until about a month ago when I was looking up info on this movie. I was like, holy shit, Paul Thomas Anderson directed this? Like, because I did not expect this to be him. I thought this was like Daniel Day-Lewis directing it or someone else. But great performance from everybody. Like I said, Daniel Day-Lewis. Paul Dano is incredible. And I'm ashamed that I did not immediately learn Paul Dano's name after checking out this film. It was only after I watched Prisoners that I thought, who is this guy? Because he's fucking incredible. And yeah, Paul Dano, very happy he's getting the recognition that he deserves now. I believe I think he was in Batman. Very happy people are realizing how good of an actor Paul Dano is. But great last 20 minutes. Of course, you know, I drink your milkshake. The bowling pin. Just incredible film. I cannot do this film justice. Great slow burn of a film. Check it out. 66 is actually a documentary, but if you don't like that, fuck you, make your own list. No, but if you don't agree that documentaries are films, then what are films really? Oasis, Supersonic, and 66. This is a great documentary. Basically follows the early days of Oasis up until Nebworth 1996, which was actually re-released last year, I think, for the 25th anniversary of them performing at Nebworth, which I think is pretty cool. And then, of course, Liam Gallagher's Nebworth 22 came out recently. I still gotta watch that. But yeah, basically Oasis Supersonic, just a documentary that follows Liam, Noel, the band around, not follows them around, but basically it's a documentary from the early days up until Nebworth 96. Great documentary, very entertaining, very funny as opposed to very, very funny. There's a lot of, a bit of humor in this film, and it's just really fascinating, really interesting to hear about the Gallagher brothers. Really good. Just check out the documentary if you don't know much about Oasis. Overall, very good. 65 is The Score. This is Robert De Niro, Edward Norton, Marlon Brando, Angela Bassett. Great cast here. Great film. Funny enough, it actually was filmed in Montreal. I did not know that until watching the film. But yeah, basically, Robert De Niro is this guy who's trying to run a legitimate business in Montreal, filmed on location, I think it is, in Montreal. Trying to run a business in Montreal, he ends up getting involved with the mob again, because he was trying to get out of it. And Marlon Brando, in I believe his last role, or one of his last roles, is pretty good. Edward Norton is this kind of plucky. He's this plucky cuck. He's this plucky kind of newcomer who has this method of communicating with Robert De Niro that I'm not going to spoil because holy fuck, it is... The way he reveals himself is just absolutely incredible in this film. Absolutely amazing. They end up working together on this heist to get, I think it's $6 million or $30 million, something like that. Ends up to get millions of dollars, and it's this very tricky heist that they're going to have to work together on, and it's really good. It's a great film. A lot of people might not like it. I really enjoy it. It's a great heist film. Good mob movie. Check it out if you can in the future. Number 64, Trick or Treat. This is a movie from 2007. Michael Dougherty, I was going to say Shannon Doherty. Michael Dougherty, who did this, and he also did Krampus. Really good horror film director. There's been talks of a sequel to this. I would love a Trick or Treat 2, or maybe a Trick or Treat. That didn't really work. A Treat or Treat. No, but I this movie is really fun. It's kind of an anthology. I'm only saying kind of, because if you've seen the film, you know that it is, but it kind of isn't. It follows around basically several different stories. This group of girls, one of them, Anna Paquin, who is really cute in this film, I should say, as they're basically trying to find her first time. It's not what you think it is. There's a story of a guy played incredibly by. There's a movie I didn't put on this list that I should have. God damn, I'm realizing now these movies probably shouldn't be on the list this year because I didn't think of them. Happiness, big shout out to Happiness. That is a fucking masterpiece of a film. I can't say I really liked it though, because holy shit, that movie's depressing. But played great by the lead actor in that movie. I'm sorry, I gotta get his name because he is incredible in everything that he's in, and I gotta find out. Okay, no, I don't want a shitty fucking Japanese show. Japanese. My stutter there did not help. 96. No, okay, it was 98. It is. What's his name? Dylan Barker. Dylan Barker is just incredible in pretty much every film that he's in, at least that I've seen him up to in this point. He deserves far more recognition. He's also in Spider-Man. He's in Spider-Man, I think, 2 and 3. He's also in Planes, Trains, and Automobiles, apparently. I did not realize that. But yeah, basically he plays this guy who has killed his wife, and he's trying to hide it from his son. He ends up accidentally killing this really fat kid. There's another story of these trick-or-treaters who pull a prank on this loner girl, and she accidentally ends up getting back at them. I'm not going to say how. It's a great anthology film, and it's, I think, one of the most creative, because it shows kids getting killed on Halloween. This and Halloween 3, I think, are the only Halloween films that I've seen that have the balls to do that. But Trick or Treat, great film. Love it. I try and watch it every Halloween if I can. Unfortunately, didn't get around to it this year, but very, very good film. Sam, the little dude who shows up in every story, he's just kind of cute, honestly. He's kind of fun. He's kind of sweet. He has that cute kind of look to him, like he's a horror villain, but you kind of just want to take him, like, hey, come on, little guy, you know. You kind of just want to take him as a little brother who kills people occasionally, but you don't mind that because he's so goddamn cute. But yeah, Trick or Treat. This is a fun movie. Number 63, Burn After Reading. This is another all-star cast, as you can see on the poster. George Clooney, Frances McDormand, John Malkovich, Tilda Swinton, Brad Pitt. This entire plot just kind of crumbles and comes in together with everybody getting involved. It's a Joel and Ethan Coen film. Basically, George Clooney. Frances McDormand is this woman who works at a gym. She's trying to get enough money to get a surgery. She works with Brad Pitt, who's this guy who's kind of always wanted to be a spy. They end up getting John Malkovich's memoirs, because he's making a memoir. Tilda Swinton's married to George Clooney. Tilda Swinton's fucking someone on the side. George Clooney's trying to figure out who. It's this entire plot that just revolves around everybody involved. I can't say anything else because A, I forget a lot of the plot, and B, it's really funny. I don't want to spoil anything that's actually going on. It's just a really, 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 really funny film. The way this film ends is so sudden, and so just did they just do that? That it's fucking. It's hilarious the way they end this film. Overall, the film is just really, really funny. I love it. It's one that I have to rewatch soon because now I'm thinking about it. It is really, really funny. 62 is Mr. Deeds. This is the shitty original poster, not the one with Winona Ryder and John Turturro on it. Adam Sandler basically plays this guy who basically plays Mr. Deeds, who is he's in this small little town. Everybody likes him, and he finds out that he is the heir to a multi-million or billion, I think it's even is in the film, company, and he has to move out to, I believe, New York. There's this reporter played by the beautiful, as always, Winona Ryder, who's trying to get in with him because her boss is trying to his boss sends his wife, who's his co-worker and a reporter at this news station, to get as much bad on Adam Sandler's character as he can, simply because he doesn't like him, and that in itself is kind of funny. And Mr. Deeds, Adam Sandler's just trying to, do what he can to improve the company, and it's kind of funny. Or not improve the company, but just hilarity, basically. He falls in love with Winona Ryder, of course, because of course he does. It's Winona Ryder, who wouldn't? But yeah, basically there's a lot of really funny jokes in this film. Critics don't like Adam Sandler. I fucking love Adam Sandler. I don't know why. He is hilarious. There's something that makes me relate to him, but at the same time there's something that it's it's hard to describe how I feel about Adam Sandler, aside from I really like him, he's really funny, and is a great actor. Love Adam Sandler. He makes this film. I feel like if it was anyone else in the role, if it was David Spade or Rob Schneider, I wouldn't care for it as much. I'd still like it because Winona Ryder's in it, but I wouldn't like it nearly as much if Adam Sandler were not in the main role. Really like Adam Sandler. Though, fuck the tagline, because, yeah, no, the tagline lies. Yeah, that's all I'm going to say. 61, Manchester by the Sea. This is a really, really, really good film right here. Manchester by the Sea stars Casey Affleck as he's trying to deal with the death of his wife and kids or he has to come back to his hometown after not wanting to because after his wife and kids had died in a fire that he does not want to remember any of the details of, basically. And he has to come back to take care of his brother's kid because his brother died, and his brother was set as like the guardian or the godfather or whatever. So he's now looking after the kid, and it's basically him trying to deal with all of that going on and reliving the death of his wife and kids. It's really fucking depressing, but it is really goddamn good. This movie is seriously really, really solid. I cannot say enough good about this film. Casey Affleck gives it one of his best performances. Of course, the scene in the jailhouse. If you've seen this movie, you know what the scene is. That scene is just so fucking powerful, and that is the scene that turns Casey Affleck from, yeah, no, he's a good actor, yeah, I like him and what he's into. Holy shit, cast this dude in everything you can cast him in, because that scene is just, like, the first time I saw this movie, I was just sitting at the screen, just eyes wide open, just looking, just watching the screen, watching what happens, out of pure, like, anticipation to see what happens. It's such a good film, and it's really good. That's really all I can say. It's a really good film. Coming in at number 60, this is where I'm going to end this take. Obviously, I will come back later. It's going to be like 5 seconds once I end this recording, but I will come back in a little bit to record this because my voice is getting a little out of it. I think we made a good bit of leeway, though. Number 60 is Mr. Bean's Holiday. This is just a nice, fun kind of kids film. Mr. Bean, played great by Rowan Atkinson. Rowan Atkinson, pretty much incredible in almost anything he's in. Basically wins this trip to France. He ends up winning a camcorder, which he takes a lot of footage on, and basically he ends up accidentally kidnapping this guy's son. He has to try and get him back to the father, and he's trying to make it to Cannes, and it's really, really funny. There's not a lot of English in this movie, surprisingly. It's a lot of Mr. Bean, facial expressions. A lot of French in this film, I would argue this is a foreign film, because there is not a lot of English in it. It is a lot of French speaking when there is language, not a lot of language at a lot of points. Some of the jokes don't really work too well, but a lot of it does. A lot of it is very, very funny. Willem Dafoe's in this, and he almost is kind of a parody of himself in this movie. There's a parody of The Room as well, which is just... wow, I don't know how that happened in 2007. But yeah, Mr. Bean's Holiday, just a really, really fun film. I quite enjoy it. And yeah, I hope you guys too, if you check out these films, any of these films that I'm, recommending because of this video. So yeah, I'm going to pause my recording here. I'm going to come back to you guys in just like 2 seconds. It's going to feel like we'll get back to probably the rest of the films that I have to talk about here. And we'll see how that goes in just a few minutes. Thank you guys so much. I'll be back in just a moment. In at number 59 is Birdman or the Unexpected Virtue of Ignorance. This is a film from 2014. This comes in 59, like I just said. This is a movie about a guy played by Michael Keaton. Very semi-biographical, just like Funny People with Michael Keaton. It stars a man who is known for playing this character Birdman, as the title says, and he's washed up. He's looking to try and open up this big play on Broadway to reinvent to get himself back into the spotlight. Things end up going wrong. Cast member ends up getting killed off, so Edward Norton has to come in. He kind of plays a very amped up version of himself, not amped up, but a very satirical version of himself. Emma Stone plays his daughter. Zach Galifianakis is his manager. It's a pretty good movie. A lot of it is shot with one take, or at least made to look like it's one take. It's a really, really good movie. Really like a lot of the creative angles they did, and a lot of the creative stuff that they shot in order to make it seem as if it's straight up one take. I think that's pretty. It was pretty inventive how they did that. It was really good. Very solid movie, and I think that a lot of people should check it out if you haven't yet. I'd be very surprised. Birdman. Well, technically the title is Birdman or. Technically the movie's title is Birdman or, and then it's parentheses. So, Birdman or at 59. 58 is The Night Before. Now, this is a movie that I think a couple people are probably going to be like, Harry, really? This is a Seth Rogen comedy. No, it is not. It is a Joseph Gordon-Levitt led comedy. This one, I've watched once a year for the past, I want to say it's 3 years. I always watch it with my best friend. We always try and watch it for Christmas now. Basically, this is a movie that stars Joseph Gordon-Levitt, Seth Rogen, Anthony Mackie. There are three guys. Oh. They're a group of guys who used to always get together every year to celebrate Christmas and just hang out. Basically, I believe it would be on Christmas Eve. And they've always wanted to go to this thing called the Nutcracker Ball. Or I think it's the Nutcracker Ball, which is this big, giant party. And Joseph Gordon-Levitt ends up getting tickets to it somehow, which is honestly pretty funny how he does end up getting the tickets. I'm not gonna spoil it, but basically he gets the tickets. He gets them to come with them. Anthony Mackie's now a famous NFL football player, or no, is he a football player? No, I forget if he's the football player or if he plays someone else. Seth Rogen is. I'm pretty sure he's the football player though. Seth Rogen is an expecting father, and then Joseph Gordon-Levitt just hasn't really done too much with his life since then. Like I said, he's working as an elf at Higbee's, and yeah. So basically, they're trying to get to the Nutcracker Ball, and cue insanity and hilarity. It's pretty good for what sounds like a very basic 2000s 2010s comedy film, buddy road trip type of film. It's really good. It's really solid. It has some heart to it. Michael Shannon is in the film, and he might be my favorite character, honestly. His character, who I'm not going to spoil because it's fucking hilarious, the role he plays, is just so funny and just out there that you're thinking, Michael Shannon agreed to play this? And then at the end, you're like, oh yeah, no, this is why Michael Shannon agreed to play this. Mindy Kaling is in this movie, and she could probably honestly have been replaced. You could have taken her character out and replaced it with a paper bag or a dog or something, and it would have been like, is that Mandy Kaling? Or, you wouldn't be able to tell the difference, If it was a paper bag with a goddamn smiley face on, I was like, is that Mandy Kaling? Or whatever the fuck her name is. I mean, now I don't really care for her, so yeah. But The Night Before, overall, a very, very good movie. I find it very fun, very Christmassy, and yeah, I like it. We've probably watched it by now. Because this is coming out on Christmas, we've definitely watched it by now. Number 57 is The Wolf of Wall Street, starring Leonardo DiCaprio. Margot Robbie's in it. Jonah Hill again. A lot of Jonah Hill appearing at this section of the list. And, of course, directed by Martin Scorsese. It's a Martin Scorsese film. Apparently, I'm going to love it, because I love a majority of the Scorsese films I've seen up to this point. Basically, this is a movie based on the book by Jordan Belfort, as you can see. As you can see on the poster, Leonardo DiCaprio plays Jordan Belfort, basically just basically showing how he rose to the top of Wall Street and how it all came collapsing down, kind of like Goodfellas, except for Wall Street, and it is done so brilliantly. It's such a great film. I can't even begin to describe the how good this film is. Basically, take uncut gems, take out a little bit of the anxiety, or take a little bit out of the adrenaline rush, and put that into chaos. Make it a chaos rush, and boom, that's what Wolf of Wall Street is for the most part. It is a near 3 hour long just not fuck fest. That is not the Wolf of Wall Street. It is a 3 hour long what the fuck is going on type of movie, and it is absolutely incredible. I love it. Leonardo DiCaprio, incredible in this film. Don't know how he didn't get an Oscar. Margot Robbie, great in this. Jonah Hill, I think, might give his best performance in this movie, actually. He's pretty tolerable. And, yeah, overall, really like the movie. Wolf of Wall Street, check it out. Just a great film, great story, great everything. Scorsese is one of the best directors of all time. 56, Pulp Fiction. Speaking of one of the best directors of all time, Quentin Tarantino. Might be my favorite director. John Travolta, Samuel Jackson, Uma Thurman. You guys can see the cast. This is a stacked. This is a stacked cast. Basically, movie stars to kind of hitmen, if you will. It's hard to describe the plot of this film. Honestly, for me, it's hard to describe the plot of this film. It's pretty much John Travolta, Samuel Jackson get involved with a bunch of subplots. Basically, Bruce Willis is a boxer. Christopher Walken has a watch up his ass. I'm not gonna describe that. I'm just gonna leave it at that. Vig Rhames is. DDT's probably watching this and thinking, "What is Vig Rhames? What is Vig Rhames?" Vig Rhames gets fucked in the ass in this movie. Tim Roth and Amanda Plummer, I believe Amanda Plummer, are two robbers at a restaurant. It's a great film. All the plots end up tying back together in some way or another, except the Christopher Walken watch up his ass. I don't think that ever comes back into the story. But Pulp Fiction is just a great film. Great writing, great casting. Everybody works in this film. Quentin Tarantino, just incredible director. Again, one of my favorites, probably my favorite director. If not David Fincher, it's absolutely Quentin Tarantino. And this just has that Tarantino magic. If you haven't seen it already, which I'm very surprised if you haven't, it's Pulp Fiction. Everybody's seen it. 55, 12 Monkeys. This is only above Pulp Fiction because the twist ending is absolutely incredible. Basically, this movie stars Bruce Willis as a guy in the future. It doesn't tell you, I don't think it tells you the year it's supposed to take place, but I do like that. But basically, a guy in the future who is sent back in time to prevent the virus that ends up wiping out humanity, and he's getting flashbacks of his father dying, and he's trying to prevent humanity from basically being extinct, because this is a virus that takes out a majority of humanity. Brad Pitt plays a mentally insane man who Bruce Willis is trying to stop. He has the cure, and it's just overall a great film. Christopher Plummer's also in this. Madeline Stowe, I believe I forget how you pronounce her name, I apologize. She's really good in this movie. Christopher Plummer's great as well. Everybody is great in this film. Brad Pitt, I don't remember if he got an Oscar for Best Supporting Actor, but he should have, because he was fucking incredible in this. Bruce Willis was really good, especially. Bruce Willis legitimately impressed me with how fucking good he was in this movie. Great plot, great directing by Terry Gilliam, great everything. Cinematography is really impressive in this film. I really like a lot of the shots. Very visually appealing at some stages. 12 Monkeys just overall probably the most well done time travel film, because it has its rules. It establishes what you can and cannot do, and yeah, it really lives and dies by those rules for the most part, and it's a great film. Brad Pitt, again, if you're going to watch this movie, if you don't like Bruce Willis, watch the movie for Brad Pitt, because even if you don't like Brad Pitt, I'm sure you will love this performance, because it is legitimately impressive how good Brad Pitt is at playing someone who has a mental illness and as this and that going on. Like it's a great film overall. 12 Monkeys, I just can't say enough good about it. 54 is Whiplash. This one stars Miles Teller, J.K. Simmons. Miles Teller is an aspiring jazz drummer, and J.K. Simmons is his teacher, and the film gets increasingly more abusive as it goes on. We find out more about what J.K. Simmons' character has done in the past. It's a really good film. It just tells a great story from start to finish. A majority of the decisions the characters make are great. J.K. Simmons probably gives, I would say, his best performance in this film. I think he's incredible. The final 10 minutes are so tense, but so calming as well. Whiplash, of course, that's played, I want to say 5 or 6 times this movie, but it doesn't ever really feel like it gets old. Just overall, Whiplash, great film, really solid. Can't get enough of it. I gotta rewatch it again sometime in the future. Hopefully, by the time I'm watching this, I'm making this video for myself and myself only. No, hopefully by the time you watch this, I will have bought myself a DVD drive, because my computer doesn't have one. It's a modern PC. Why would they need a DVD drive? Yeah, modern computers are weird. Hey, people still buy DVDs. We don't need a DVD drive. But yeah, Whiplash, 54. 53, I'm Still Here. I featured Oasis Supersonic earlier. That's a documentary. This is a documentary. It's a mockumentary. I was gonna try and find a way to twist it to say it's a documentary. It's a mockumentary. This movie stars Joaquin Phoenix. The mockumentary has Joaquin Phoenix as he quits acting in 2007 to focus on a rap career, and basically just follows as he goes insane trying to start up this rap career. It's a great criticism of how the media and the people look at someone like Joaquin Phoenix, who is a critically acclaimed actor, and will sort of laugh at him and mock him for, the clear mental illness that he displays in this film while he's acting, obviously. It's just an incredible, incredible documentary. It's really, really funny, especially the scene where Joaquin Phoenix performs his rap music. The scene with P. Diddy is great. The Ben Stiller, there's a bunch of different moments that are really, really funny in this film. It's overall really fascinating to watch, and I think a lot of people can at least find something about this film. I also got to rewatch this one because holy hell. I've seen it once, but it really stuck out with me, and it was just masterpiece of a documentary. Casey Affleck was really, really good in this. I love that. I love that Casey Affleck does not get enough love for Manchester by the Sea and this. Casey Affleck is a pretty good actor. He's a good director too. He directed this as well. I'm Still Here is a great movie overall. A great documentary. It's pretty much a movie. Just shot like a documentary is how I would describe it. It's a movie shot as documentary because there's so much crazy shit that goes on in this movie that you have to think this was scripted or this was scripted. And apparently next to none of it was, aside from Joaquin Phoenix deciding, hey, I'm going to do this for 3 years because I'm bored. Pretty much. So I'm Still Here. I don't fear. Don't even fear. Fucking fear. 52, Leon the Professional, or as it's known now, just The Professional for some reason. I don't know why, you tell me. Or as I like to call it, Noel the Professional, because Leon, you flip it, Noel. Yeah, but Leon the Professional, this one stars Jean Reno and a very young Natalie Portman. She was really good in this movie. Jean Reno was just great performance in this film. Great acting. Very good film by Luc Besson. Or Luc Besson, if you will, but I'm pretty sure it's Luc Besson because I think he is French. Basically, plot stars Jean Reno as a professional, as a hitman who kills Natalie Portman's family, and she doesn't know that. Or I think she does know he did it, and she is happy that he did it because they were very abusive, and she wants to learn how to be a professional like him. And the whole film is basically just following them as they're trying to establish a life for themselves, pretty much, as they're trying to escape a very over the top Gary Oldman, who I'll admit, at first, when I watched this movie the first time and I saw him, at first I was like, Gary Oldman, can you tone it down a little? This movie's pretty good. And then as the movie went on and he was still over the top, I was like, you know what? I really like Gary Oldman in this. So yeah, Gary Oldman was also pretty fun. He was pretty fun to watch. Very impressive because Natalie Portman, I think it was like 14 or 15 in this, and she is really, really good in this. I think everybody has kind of praised Natalie Portman for how good she was in this film and how she was able to convey emotion and whatnot. But she is pretty good. Jean Reno, I don't think gets enough credit for how good he is in this film because he's really fucking good. And just overall, really, really good film. Pretty good character study. Of course, there's the ongoing debate on if Leon. There's the ongoing debate. I think everybody who's seen this movie knows the debate that's going on. But no, there's the ongoing debate on if Leon wanted to go further with Natalie Portman's character. Why can't I remember her name? I was remembering her name like 10 minutes before I filmed this because I was looking at the movie like, oh, Leon the Professional. They can talk about blah blah blah. But Natalie Portman, if he wanted to go further with her, I don't think so. I think he was nervous more so because he never has rated a child. He's never rated a child. He's never rated a child with the police. He's never raised a child, and he doesn't necessarily know what to do. So I think he was more so because of that. He does seem a little bit socially awkward as well, so I think that didn't help. But yeah, no, I do like the theories about the film. It's an interesting conversation. But yeah, Leon the Professional, very good movie. Very solid overall. Check it out if you want a good, just very solid film overall. 51, Meet the Robinsons. This is a movie I remember as a kid watching a lot. I really liked it. I find it still pretty good now. It's very, very funny. It's a very, very cute Disney film. One of the few that I think is actually pretty good. Basically, Lewis is, or no, Lewis. Is it Lewis? The blonde hair kid, I think, is Lewis. I apologize. I haven't watched the movie in like a year, and I'm getting my names mixed up. But Lewis is a kid who is an orphan. He was abandoned by his mother at, I want to say, a couple months old, and he was taken in by this orphanage, raised by them, and he is a inventor. He's trying to invent something. He's trying to invent like a time machine and something that allows you to hear people's thoughts, stuff like that. And this kid, I want to say it's Bucky. It's not Bucky. I'm gonna call him Bucky for the sake of this. The kid with the black hair and the Thunderbolt shirt. I'm gonna call him Bucky because why not? But Bucky comes back from the future and he takes Lewis to the future because Lewis is the only one who knows how to fix one of the time machines that he came in. There's another one that ends up getting broken, and obviously Lewis ends up accidentally wandering off, meeting Bucky's family, the Robinsons, and yeah, it's just a fun, wacky film. Doesn't take itself seriously too much. There's of course Lubert, not Lubert, that's iCarly. Goob is the guy in this movie. Goob is pretty funny. Of course, you got the old dude who has a goddamn face on the back of his head. There's the one with too much caffeine. She's not in the family, but there's the mother. She's pretty fun. The superhero is really funny. The dude with the puppet is great. The frogs kill me every time I watch this movie. It's just those little goddamn things are really funny. Just overall, a very fun, silly movie. Again, doesn't take itself too seriously. Has a very good moral. Has a very good message to the film, which is very rare for a Disney movie. But Meet the Robinsons, very fun. I like it a lot. If you haven't seen it yet, check it out. Number 50 is Heathers. What a way to go halfway. What a change in course halfway through the list. But Heathers, this movie stars Winona Ryder and Christian Slater. Christian Slater is a new kid at the school. Winona Ryder plays a girl who's trying to become a Heather, who is this group of preppy, popular girls who kind of do whatever they want and then treat people like shit. Winona Ryder decides against it and wants to fake the suicide of one of them by killing them, or accidentally kills them, and then her and Christian Slater decide to make it seem like it's a suicide. That blows up, and it's a very, very good satirization of high school and how we treat suicide compared to other more important topics, stuff like that. It's a very, very funny movie. It's very much... It's hard to categorize it as either a dark comedy or a black comedy. I would say it's more of a black comedy just because it's very much, as far as I can remember, the understanding of the definition of black comedy is something that takes a very dark topic and makes it funny. A dark comedy is just a dark humor. Black comedy takes a serious topic and makes it very, very comedic, I'm pretty sure. Either way, it's a dark comedy or a black comedy. I might be getting my definitions mixed up, but it is a very, very funny movie. Does take itself seriously at certain points, but it is a great satirical film. Christian Slater is great in this. Winona Ryder as well is great in this. Shannon Doherty, when she's in the film, is also pretty good. It's overall a very, very funny, very solid film overall, and it just works. A lot of it is very... The message is kind of clear at this point. Some almost 40, not 40, but 33 whatever years later. This movie came out in 1989. The message is kind of clear now, but it's one that still holds up surprisingly because everybody takes suicide, I think, way too seriously. But yeah, it's still a hilarious film. I've seen it a couple times. I think the ending comes out of nowhere. It's another one that kind of comes out of nowhere, but it's really, really solid. The last 15-20 minutes are like, oh, we're going into this route now. It's like, okay, that's funny. It works. Heathers, good movie. Check it out. I would have grabbed the DVD, but I'm lazy. I decided not to. So yeah, Heathers coming in at 50. 49 is Krampus, and this movie is going to get a lot of mixed opinions. There's going to be people that watch this video going, Harry, you really liked Krampus. And there's other people going like, you liked Krampus more than Trick or Treat? Yeah. One, I saw this movie in theaters. I was among the first kind of group of people that watched this movie, and I actually hated it the first time I watched it. I did not like this movie in theaters. It wasn't what I was expecting. I was expecting more of a pure horror film, pure, just gore fest basically, and it was not what I got. I did not see Trick or Treat at this point when I saw the movie in theaters. Keep in mind, this is also the same year I saw Unfriended in theaters, so I had bad theater experiences in 2015. I was literally ready to walk out about the 40 minutes in, and I stayed. And as soon as the ending happened, boom, I was up and out. But then for some reason I bought this on DVD, and I rewatched it with my parents, and I was like, this movie's not bad, actually. It's actually kind of fun. And then I rewatched it again and again and again, and now I really, really like the movie. So, but yeah, enough rambling about my theater experience. The movie stars Adam Scott. Adam Scott? That doesn't sound right. I think it's Adam Scott. Let me grab the goddamn DVD. Why not? Because I might as well get up. I'm too lazy to grab Heather's, but I'll grab Krampus because I need to prove a point. Well, not really prove a point, but I need to correct myself. You guys know how this works by now. Yes, I have the DVD, and yes, I bought it at Walmart because it comes with the slipcase. It is Adam Scott. What the fuck? It stars Adam Scott and Toni Collette as a pair of parents who, by the way, yes, the poster was just the DVD cover. But as a pair of parents of this kid named Max, a pair of parents, as the parents of this kid Max, who is trying to have a good Christmas with his family, he gets into a fight at a school play because one of the kids tells a group of little kids that Santa doesn't exist, Santa's not real, and he basically wants to try and keep the spirit of Christmas alive. There's something that pushes him over the edge. He rips up a note that he wrote to Santa, which summons Krampus, who decides to try and punish everyone in their house. Sends a bunch of funny little minions out after him. The gingerbread men are pretty damn funny. The teddy bear, there's the big giant kind of snake Jack-in-the-Box thingy, or clown like monster thingy. If you've seen the movie, you know what I'm talking about. The thing that's up in the attic. There's the it's a really, really funny horror comedy. Adam Scott's pretty funny in this. Toni Collette tries way too hard when she does not need to, because it's Toni Collette. She's fucking great in anything she's in, but she tries way too hard for the horror comedy that this is, and she's great in this. She's pretty funny. David Koechner, I'll admit, I did not care for this movie when I saw it in theaters the first time, but I even admitted, yeah, David Koechner. Koechner's got a soft spot. I've got a soft spot in my heart for David Koechner has a soft spot for my heart. No, but I have a hard spot in my heart. No, I have a soft spot in my heart for David Koechner. Anything he's in, I'll look at it and I think, this is made a little bit better because you're in this movie. Stephanie LaVey Owen and her sister in this movie. They're pretty funny. I believe they play the pair of redneck twins that are the daughters of David Koechner. They're pretty funny. Just a great movie directed by Michael Dougherty. I think it's really funny, really creative, because you don't see movies about Krampus. You usually see, an evil Santa Claus, like Santa's sleigh, evil Santa Claus. You don't see the actual evil Santa Claus being portrayed in films too often, which is funny because I'm pretty sure there were like 3 movies called Krampus that came out in 2015. Thankfully, this is the only one that people know, but very, very good film. Very, very fun. Doesn't take itself too seriously. And I forgot to mention the reason that they can't leave the house because there's the blizzard, and the blizzard takes out all the power in the city. Everybody's away, so basically, that's it. And the ending is pretty funny. Some of the effects at the end aren't too great. The more CGI effects, obviously, aren't too great. But overall, it is a very fun movie. Works very well, in my opinion. Very good movie. Number 48 is Yes, God, Yes. This movie stars Natalia Dyer. This is based on the short film of the same name from, I believe, 2-3 years earlier. Also starring Natalia Dyer. Very cool they got. I believe Natalia Dyer was the only one in the short film, actually. But I believe if there was anybody else, I believe that they are in the same roles in the movie version. So, Yeah, when I first saw this, I actually saw the short film because it's on YouTube, and I was like, I hope they do make this into a movie because the movie had been announced. I think it was in filming, but I didn't know that obviously at the time. But I was like, I really hope they make this into a movie. And then I saw the movie, and obviously it's on the list. It's really good. If it weren't here, the short film probably would have been in like the 80s or the 90s. But I decided to just go with the movie because obviously, it's just a longer version of the short film. Why not? But yeah, Yes God Yes. Basically, this movie stars again Natalia Dyer, known for Stranger Things, as she ends up. She's I believe, a 17-year-old in this film in 2005, or it said early to mid 2000s, somewhere in there. I probably said the year, but it's the era when AOL was still around, basically. As she ends up entering a chat room, she gets into a sexual chat with someone, and she's basically just trying to figure out with her religion and with sexuality what's right, what's wrong. Basically, it's a very, very good satirization as well of religion because she ends up getting sent to it's not a summer camp, but it's like a weekend camp. Something kind of you. If you've seen the movie, or you know what I'm talking about, or if you've been to something like that, you know what I'm talking about. But basically, there's a rumor that goes around about her. Everybody believes it because movie. I'll admit that's kind of a criticism, a minor criticism, that everybody just believes it immediately, except like her best friend, who eventually does. But it's realistic how they portray their friendship in the film and how it ends up kind of crumbling. Spoiler. But yeah, she gets sent to this kind of like religious kind of weekend camp, and yeah, it's just a pretty. It's kind of slice of life ish. It's a very, very solid film. I really enjoy it, and it's one that I actually respect a lot more than other films that might talk about this type of subject. Cause there's like next to no nudity. There's like one scene of nudity, and it works in the context of the film, because it's, if anything, criticizing the religion and how they handle certain topics. It's a very, very solid film. There's not a whole lot of jokes. There's a couple. Again, next to no nudity. Great, great film in regards to religion, and if you want a good film that satirizes religion, because religion is nothing but a giant scam, at least in my opinion, this is probably the movie for you. I think it's great performance by Natalia Dyer as well. Very well written and very well directed. I believe the director also wrote the film. And yeah, one of the best films, I believe, directed by a woman, because I'm 99% sure it was directed. I'm trying to see on the poster. Yeah, I think it's written and directed by. I'm pretty sure it's the same person. Great, great film. Just really enjoy it. I might do an analysis of this film eventually. I don't know. Maybe in a couple years, when I'm good at analyzing films, I would very much like to analyze a film like this. But yeah, I would like to analyze this, which is not on the countdown. I have not seen it. I have not seen that, but I would like to. I've not seen this movie, but it's on the countdown. No, but Yes God Yes, very, very good film. I really enjoy it, and yeah, hopefully there's some type of, I don't want to say a sequel, but hopefully the director comes out with a movie very similar to this one in the future, because I think another Yes God Yes would be very nice to check out. Good film. I really like it. Number 47, Joker. This one falls hard down the list because I believe last year it was still top 10. I'm pretty sure it was number 1 in 2020. And yeah, it has fallen down the list, but it's still very, very good. Basically, this movie stars Joaquin Phoenix as Arthur Fleck, as he is trying to deal with a disorder where he laughs whenever he is kind of upset. It's a very art house type of film. It's a very mainstream art house film. If you're trying to get into more dramatic and serious types of films, then I think this is a good starter for you. If you want to start with like a big budget, low budget for a superhero film, but like a low budget, high profit type of film, then this is the movie for you. And yeah, basically he's trying to deal with that, with secrets that his mom's keeping from him. I'm making this film sound probably better than it really is. It's honestly just a good film that was kind of overhyped by everybody. The movie really is built off the performance of Joaquin Phoenix, basically. He is Arthur Fleck. Like I said, he's Arthur Fleck, who is trying to deal with all this stuff going on in his life. The city is run down. The place where he's going to seek help is shutting down. He believes he knows his father, and he's trying to meet him. It's a very, very good film, and everybody knows the last half an hour to 45 minutes is easily the best part of this film. Easily the best part of this film. And they kind of fuck it up by having the sequel. Which obviously isn't here because the sequel's not even out yet. I think it's just started filming by the time. I think when I'm filming this, it's like 2 weeks into production, something like that. But yeah, they're apparently casting Lady Gaga because they really don't want to make a good sequel, apparently. And also making a musical, which means they really want to make a bad movie, don't they? But yeah, Joker is very, very solid. I gotta rewatch it. It's been probably, again, a year since I've seen this movie. Overall, just a great, great film. Great character study on Arthur Fleck. Again, those last half an hour to 45 minutes is just... Oh, I'm getting chills thinking about it right now. Joaquin Phoenix gives one of his best performances in this film, if not his best performance. Joker, great film for number 47. Number 46 is Elf. What a way to follow up Joker. Elf. Everybody knows this movie. Will Ferrell plays an elf who is plays an orphan elf who is taken in by Santa and raised by them to be an elf, and he learns who his real father is and goes to New York to try and find him. It's not a great film, but it's a fun film. It's a silly film. Some of the humor works, some of it doesn't. James Caan plays the character way too seriously, but it works because of that. I think he's made way funnier because of that. As an adult, you click a lot more with his character, and he is a lot more funnier. He is way funnier because when you're adult, I think, than when you're a kid, because of how serious he takes the role and how much he clearly does not want to be around Will Ferrell, which is completely understandable. I don't think anybody wants to be around Will Ferrell at this point. But yeah, Elf. Funny enough, this is the one role that I think Will Ferrell works in. This is the one movie I think that actually clicks for him. But yeah, Elf. I like it. I remember watching it a lot as a kid. Like I said, some of the humor still works. I like it. It's a fun Christmas movie. I think you guys might like it too. Number 45 is Dodgeball. This is a very funny satirization as well of the sports movie genre. Takes the cliches and kind of mixes them around. Vince Vaughn, Ben Stiller in this. Vince Vaughn obviously runs the group of people who the group of underdogs who are just, they're a literal bunch of underdogs. There's a pirate, there's Justin Long, there's a black guy, there's a socially awkward guy, there's another socially awkward guy. It's a literal group of outcasts and underdogs, and then there's Ben Stiller, who coaches the very physically ripped, hilarious group of characters, and Vince Vaughn's group gets coached by Rip Tone, who might be the funniest part of this movie. And it's just a satirization of the typical sports movie. Of course, Vince Vaughn's group is going to go out of business. His gym is going to go out of business because nobody pays for the membership. They're just allowed to hang out there pretty much. Ben Stiller wants to buy it because of course he does. And it all leads to the final climax with a big, giant dodgeball tournament, which is giving out just the right amount of money for Vince Vaughn to if they win it, buy back the gym, which is pretty goddamn funny. So yeah, Dodgeball, great satirization again, very, very funny. Jason Bateman and the dude from Office Space are hilarious in this. In the very brief amount of screen time they get, just overall funny film. I think everybody likes this one. 44, Cloudy with a Chance of Meatballs. This one from 2009 is another movie that I saw in theaters. I saw it with my mom, and I remember it specifically because I had the choice of either seeing this movie in theaters or getting KFC, because I really wanted KFC at that point because they were running this thing for The Simpsons where you get like little figures when you order KFC. And I don't know if I didn't realize it was just an American thing or if it was in Canada, because I remember seeing ads for it. But I forget which it was. But yeah, I obviously ended up choosing to go to the theater to see this because I just mentioned that I saw it in theaters. And I think my dad got KFC, but we ended up watching this, and that just made me really hungry for KFC. So it was kind of a double-edged sword. But yeah, Cloudy with a Chance of Meatballs is a really, really funny movie. Really, really fun. Does not take itself seriously at all. It stars Bill Hader as Flynn Lockhart. Flynn Goodwood? No, not Flynn Goodwood. Wait, no. Flynn is his name. Flynn Goodwood. Okay, it's fucking Slim Goodbody. But Flint Goodwood. I'm gonna call him Flint Goodwood, cause why not? Stars Bill Hader's Flynn Goodwood, who fucking goddamn, who is an inventor. He's a scientist as a kid. None of his inventions go right though, until he eventually creates one invention that gives you good wood. No, it gives you it allows food to be created out of evaporation and water, basically, which is basically the same thing. And it ends up going awry, ends up going up into the sky. However, it ends up raining a ton of food, and this is a town, Sardine Falls, which just eats sardines. They're out of business. It's very, very wacky. It's a very wacky plot. Of course, his dad, played by James Caan, actually, is trying to get him to stop being a scientist and work with him at his bait shop, because of course he is. But yeah, it's just overall a very fun, wacky, silly movie. Of course, the invention ends up going awry, and Flynn Goodwood has to try and stop the machine from running. And yeah, it's just overall very fun, very silly movie. I think a lot of people enjoy it. I do. I know a lot of people that like it. It's made by Phil Miller and not Christopher Lloyd. Lord and Miller. It's made by Phil Lord and Christopher Miller. Great film. Love it. Really, really funny. It's got a soft spot. It's got a soft spot in my heart. Good film. Number 43, Gone Girl. This might be one of the most terrifying films I think that I've seen. Surprisingly, great story, great acting. David Fincher film. Of course, I'm gonna love it. Stars Ben Affleck as the husband of Rosamund Pike's character, Amy, who goes missing. All of a sudden, she ends up going missing, and he's accused of murdering her. There are several clues that point to him murdering her, and basically, the film follows that as she basically tries to kind of fake her death. And yeah, it's a great film. I'm not gonna spoil anything else aside from that. It's just a great film. Rosamund Pike plays one of the most terrifying characters, if not the most terrifying character that I think I've seen in films. She is maniacal and just very, very plotting and very evil. That's how I'm gonna describe it. Very, very chaotic kind of film in a very calm type of sense, you know. Great performance by Ben Affleck as well. Everybody is great in this. Neil Patrick Harris is very, very solid in this for the amount of screen time he's given. Tyler Perry, in the only good film role I think he's ever had, is actually tolerable in this, surprisingly. He's actually not that bad. But just a really, really good film. Masterpiece of a film, if you will. And it's 43 just because I've only watched it once. And that's probably all I plan to watch it is once. So yeah. Number 42, Prisoners. This movie stars Hugh Jackman and Jake Gyllenhaal. Hugh Jackman is a father, and on Thanksgiving he ends up his daughter ends up getting kidnapped, and he's trying to find him. He's trying to find Jake Gyllenhaal. No, he's trying to find his daughter. Jake Gyllenhaal is a kind of private investigator who's hired to try and find Hugh Jackman's daughter. Viola Davis and Terrence Howard play friends of Hugh Jackman's character. Hugh Jackman thinks that it's Paul Dano who did it, who is this mentally challenged guy, and he plays the role fucking great. Everybody in this film works. I've said that a lot, but this is one movie especially where Hugh Jackman plays a vengeful, angry father very well. Jake Gyllenhaal is great in this. Viola Davis is great. Terrence Howard is very good. Paul Dano honestly might steal the show, though. Legitimately, when I first saw this movie, when I first saw Paul Dano's character, I was like, that has to be like a legitimately mentally challenged person, right? And I looked it up and was like, holy shit, no, that's just really fucking good acting at its finest. Paul Dano is legitimately incredible in this film. And it's just a great way to tell a story of, you know, dude's daughter goes missing. He tries to find the person who did it and tortures them. And it's just fucking great overall. Weirdly enough, Paul Dano kind of reminds me of Chris Chan in this movie. And his mom very much reminds me of Barbara Chandler. For some reason. I don't know why, but it just that's the case. It's just overall great film. Love it. Can't get enough of it. Number 41, I, Tanya. This one stars Margot Robbie as Tanya Harding, Sebastian Stan as her husband, Allison Janney as Tanya Harding's mother. I believe it's Levon Harding? Yeah, I think it's Levon. Great performances all around again, yet again. The director of this, Craig Gillespie, probably, I believe this is his first actual good film. I've seen reviews that are torching him for previous films and then saying, so how did he make this film? How did he go from that to this? I, yeah, I Tanya. It's basically a biopic of Tanya Harding's life, and it's very, very good. It's a very good film. It takes the typical biopic plot and kind of breaks it. It addresses the audience. It talks it basically breaks the fourth wall. It talks to the audience. There's a really, really nice aspect that they feature interviews of the cast in character, saying shit that the real people said. Paul Walter Hauser is incredible as one of Sebastian Stan's friends. He's great in this. And yeah, Margot Robbie just gives an amazing performance. Allison Janney, it's no wonder she won, I think, Best Supporting Female Actor for this film. Just absolutely nails the role. Margot Robbie again is great. Sebastian Stan is really, really solid as the abusive husband. Margot Robbie, great as the abusive figure skater who kind of is just a victim of her circumstance and victim of her surroundings. Very, very solid. Overall, great film. Very much, I wouldn't say the Goodfellas of figure skating like the poster says. It is a very, very good film. Tanya Harding's life is very interesting, how it came to be. And just overall, very solid. I really like it. Good film. Number 40, Girl Interrupted. This one stars Margot, not Margot Robbie, a remake probably, but Winona Ryder, Angelina Jolie, and it is directed by not Craig Gillian. It's the dude who did I Walk the Line and Logan. Why can't I think of his name? I gotta grab the DVD for Walk the Line because I have it right here. I gotta grab it real quick. It was James Mangold. James Mangold directed this one. Yeah, James Mangold directed this. Basically, Winona Ryder is a woman struggling with, I believe it's bipolar or borderline personality disorder, one of the two, I think. And she is sent to this hospital, and typically in a movie like this, the hospital would be super evil, everybody would be super mean to her. But no, just like apparently in real life, because it's based off the book, off of the true story, she's sent there. They just don't know what's going on, so they keep her there. Everybody's kind of nice to her and everybody's kind. It's a very, very calming movie for the most part. Angelina Jolie plays this kind of evil, not vindictive, but this kind of sadistic, if you will, mentally ill patient there. Brittany Murphy is very, very solid as well. She plays someone who hides food under her bed, and I'm not gonna get into that because it's very funny at first and it's very tragic when her character leaves the story. It's very, very solid. I'm not spoiling it because of how fucking great that last scene with her is. Winona Ryder, great as she is in everything. Angelina Jolie is really, really solid as well. Whoopi Goldberg is in this. She's pretty good. The dude from Arrested Development's in this, not Jason Bateman. I can't think of his name. I can't think of his name. He plays like the head dude at the mental hospital. He's pretty good in the couple scenes that he's in. He's in the SpongeBob movie. He plays King Neptune. Why can't I think of his name? I can't think of his name right now. I'm probably gonna remember when I go to SpongeBob. But Girl Interrupted, overall, very, very good film. Very good true story based film. I really like it, even though a lot of it probably is fabricated. Jeffrey Tambor, that's his name. Jeffrey Tambor. Just remembered, boys. Let's go. But even though some of it is probably fabricated, especially the ending with Winona Ryder and Angelina Jolie's character, how their story climaxes together, that could have gone a lot better, but it did not. or like my phrasing of that a lot of that probably didn't happen at the end. But overall, it is a very good film. I quite enjoy it. I like it a lot, and yeah. Check it out if you're interested in movies about mental illness, if you will. Yeah. Number 39, Reservoir Dogs. This one stars Harvey Keitel, Tim Roth, Sean Penn, Steve Buscemi, Michael Madsen, Quentin Tarantino is in this for like 2 scenes. Basically, a couple guys who are teaming up for a heist goes wrong, and a majority of the film takes place in one room, one building, if you will, as they try not to get found out and try to get back to the safe house. There's a cop that gets involved. Obviously, he ends up getting tortured. Everybody knows the scene that that results out of. For Quentin Tarantino's debut film, it is really goddamn good. It is, I want to say, up until recently, my favorite Quentin Tarantino film. Up until probably about 3 years ago, it was my favorite Tarantino film. It's just a great film. A lot of really fun dialogue, especially the opening with Tarantino and the kind of the round table shots. That's pretty fun. A lot of it is really, really good. Buscemi, especially, I really like Steve Buscemi in this film. Harvey Keitel's pretty good. Tim Roth. Some of the twists at the end is just like, wow, that's really creative. You would not expect that to happen. And yeah, just overall love Reservoir Dogs. Very, very good film. And yeah, very happy that this is his first film, because it was the first Tarantino film that I ever actually saw. So that's a fun fact for you guys too. Number 38, The World's End. This one stars Simon Pegg, Nick Frost in the third and final film in the Cornetto trilogy. Hot Fuzz surprisingly isn't up here, but don't worry, Shaun of the Dead is. I will spoil that. Shaun of the Dead is up here. But Reservoir Dogs, World's End, basically Simon Pegg tries to get his group of friends together. They were very rebellious, rambunctious kids, and now he wants them to do The World's End, which is a gauntlet of, I think it's 9 pubs that they have to go to and drink a beer at. And it just so happens to coincide with the actual end of the world. That's very fun. And yeah, they're going around trying to drink the beers. It's up to them basically to try and save the world. It's pretty funny. Rosamund Pike's in this. She's very funny. It's funny to realize this came out, I'm pretty sure, a couple months before Gone Girl, which if you've seen both these movies, you will realize just how funny that is. The group of the group of other characters with Nick Frost, Simon Pegg, very funny. There's a very touching plot line in this, surprisingly, near the end. That's something gets revealed, and it's like, wow, they touched on that very well for a comedy, and it works very well. Like the movie a lot. It's one that I think is actually kind of underrated. I feel like people talk about Hot Fuzz the most, surprisingly, out of the Cornetto trilogy. Hopefully, World's End gets its due, because I think it's probably the most I don't know what most well written, because Shaun of the Dead, every line comes back in the end. But I feel like World's End might be the most well made. I feel like out of the 3, I feel like World's End might be the most well made out of the 3. Shaun of the Dead is the best for me, and then Hot Fuzz is probably the most satirical of its genre. And yeah, I feel like I would find Hot Fuzz funnier. More funnier than it already is, because it is still pretty funny. I feel like I would find it funnier if I watched a lot of the movies that it is satirizing, but who knows? Eventually, I'll probably get around to that. World's End coming at 38. 37, Monster House. This is a film that I think a lot of people saw it at the time and thought, it's okay, it's fine. But I like this one. I saw this one a lot as a kid, and I quite enjoy it a lot. It's a movie that stars Mitchell Musso and his friend as a pair of kids near Halloween. Steve Buscemi plays their neighbor across the street. He does not like kids entering his lawn. He ends up dying because their basketball goes into his yard. They try and find it, but he comes out. He has a heart attack and dies. And yeah, it's basically up to them to defend. It's basically up to them to try and find out what's going on with the house, because they believe they see it moving. They see, the windows opening and shutting when Mr. Nebbercracker, who is Steve Buscemi's character, is dead, and no one else is in the house as far as they know. And spoiler, it's a monster house. And the backstory they give for the house, yes, there's a backstory for the house, is actually really well done, really well made, very solid overall film. I actually think this is probably the best execution of the real actors motion capped into CGI. I think this is definitely the best usage of that. I think Polar Express, some characters look kind of unnerving. Margie's moms just looked bad. Beowulf looked like a video game. I thought this actually looked really, really solid, especially for the aesthetic and the style of the film they were going for. I thought it worked out well. Maggie Gyllenhaal's in this. She's pretty fun. Catherine O'Hara and Fred Willard play the main character's parents in like the two scenes they're in. They're pretty funny. Steve Buscemi's also really good in this. John Hyder isn't too bad in the scene he's in. Kevin James actually gets some laughs out of me. So does Nick Cannon, surprisingly, for two incredibly unfunny people. But then again, with a script like this, I feel like anybody could have gotten a laugh out of me if you put fucking okay, maybe not Melissa McCarthy, but if you put almost anybody in those two cop roles, they're likely going to get a laugh out of me, you know? But Monster House, pretty funny movie. I like it. Very nostalgic for me. Probably going to try and watch it again sometime soon because it's pretty fun. Monster House in at 37. Number 36 is a movie that I think a lot of people are going to be surprised is this high up and that I really like it this much. But it's Airheads. That's right. The 1994-1995 movie starring Brendan Fraser, Steve Buscemi, and Adam Sandler. There's a lot of Steve Buscemi in this section. I really like Steve Buscemi. Yeah, basically this movie stars Brendan Fraser, Steve Buscemi, and Adam Sandler as a rock band called the Lone Rangers, which is just in and itself pure comedy. They're a rock band who hijack a radio station to try and get their song played. However, their cassette breaks and they don't remember where the backup is. They're trying to find it as it's with his girlfriend. They're trying to contact his girlfriend who has the only extra cassette. And yeah, basically they don't know what to do because they've held people hostage there. Michael McKean is in the film. He's incredible. Chris Farley is hilarious. David Arquette's in the movie. He's really funny. There's a lot of great, talented people that are really, really funny in this movie. And yeah, it's a dumb, fun, silly comedy. I quite like it though. I've seen it I think twice now. My opinion of Brendan Fraser really changed because of this film. I used to think, oh, Brendan Fraser, he's whatever. And then I saw this movie and was like, Brendan Fraser can be really funny. And now I'm glad he's making a comeback with The Whale, which unfortunately I haven't seen yet. Probably gonna have seen this more than likely by the time the list comes around next year. In fact, I wouldn't be surprised if that movie's on the list next year. But Airheads, it's a fun, silly comedy. I enjoy it. Check it out if you can. Number 35, Goodfellas. You guys had to know this movie was going to be on the list somewhere. Ray Liotta, Robert De Niro, Joe Pesci. They play three mobsters based on the life of Henry Hill, played by Ray Liotta. And yeah, it's based on his life, and it's just overall a great realistic portrayal of mobsters and the mafia, basically, as they're doing mobster stuff, basically. It's a great film. Of course, everybody mentions the cinematography, how great the acting is. It's a Scorsese film, so it's incredibly sharp, incredibly well written. I think the narration fits well. I think Lorraine Bracco is massively underrated in this film. I think she's incredible. For someone who I believe won Best Supporting Actor, a female actor for this, she's very underrated in this film. I love Lorraine Bracco. She plays, of course, Dr. Jennifer Malfi in The Sopranos, so of course I love anything she's going to be in at this point. Didn't realize that was her at first. I only realized later. Same with Michael and Paroli. This might be why I love the movie so much now. It's because 27, I think, of the actors in Goodfellas are in the goddamn Sopranos. Would have been 28 if Ray Liotta had been in the film. And technically, if you will, 30, because I think one of the scenes with Robert De Niro and Joe Pesci is in The Sopranos, is shown in that movie. So yeah, but Goodfellas, just an absolute American classic. Great mobster film. Probably the best mob movie that was ever made. The second best mob media product that's been made, of course, aside from The Sopranos, which is just a pure masterpiece of a show. Goodfellas comes in at 35. 34, what a shift in tone. We're going with The Princess Bride. Yes, The Princess Bride. This is an incredibly funny movie. This is a film that stars Carrie Eves as this this kind of it's why am I having a hard time describing this film but not Reservoir Dogs? Basically, it stars Carrie Eves as this dude who's trying to find a princess. Runs into Andre the Giant and Wallace Shawn. They're incredibly funny. Yeah, Billy Crystal's in this. He's funny. the entire film is really, really funny. It's a very funny kind of parody of the mythical medieval type of adventure films. It's incredibly funny. The dude who looks like Antonio Banderas is really, really funny. Especially, I think he's probably the most liked character in this film. He has the most satisfying character arc, I think. Just overall, very funny, very sharp film. Rob Reiner directed this, which is very surprising given some of the recent projects he's worked on. He did this and Spinal Tap, which I still haven't watched. Gotta watch that one. But Princess Bride, very funny, coming in at 34. 33 is The Butterfly Effect. This is a very, very good film. I really like this one. Ashton Kutcher stars as this guy who, as a kid, has blackouts during several moments of his life that end up being key later on. He has these blackouts, and eventually he's given a journal to write them down. And later on in life, he rereads them one night when he's with a girlfriend. She finds them. He reads them out to her, and he finds himself going back in time to that moment, and he ends up being able to change his future and the future of Amy Smart's character, who is in some realities his girlfriend, some realities she's a hooker, some she's just a normal person, some she's incredibly damaged. The entirety of the film basically changes. The characters as a whole change as he tries to find the perfect life for him and Amy Smart, and it just doesn't happen. The ending of this film, the alternate ending, I think fucking sucks. I think, well, technically the original ending, I think sucks. It works. I hate it, though. I personally don't like it. I think the theatrical cut ending works a lot better, if you will. And again, for spoilers, this is one I'll spoil because I want to talk about it. Mute. I'll do this when you can talk. You guys know this by now. But yeah, most likely. But yeah. So the alternate ending. I don't like the alternate ending where he's in the womb and he ties the noose, or not the noose, he ties his umbilical cord around himself and kills himself. I like it because it works. It's a great gut-wrenching ending. I don't like it because I think it's just a really bland way to end the film. I think cinematically, it's just one that just you could have gone with a much more challenging ending for the audience, like they do with the theatrical cut. I think he's reading his journal, and he's brought back into his reality, and he ends up throwing out everything he had of his girlfriend. I think her name is Casey. I want to say her name is Casey. Throwing everything out, burning it all, because he knows that he'll never get to have the perfect life with her. He can remember her, she can't, and he has to deal with that. Of course, Stop Crying Your Heart Out by Oasis is playing, so that probably adds to the theatrical ending for me, because everybody knows, I think anybody on the channel knows, I love Oasis. And yeah, that's playing, and they run into each other. They both debate stopping and talking to each other, but they go on their own separate ways. And little did I know until recently, there are 4 endings to this film. There are 4 endings to this film. The theatrical cut, which I just mentioned, the alternate ending where he kills himself in his mother's womb, and of course there's a really, really interesting line, the only interesting line of that one, "Oh no, not again," spoken by the mother, as if this has happened before, as if she knew that there's been kids that she's had, and they've done the same thing as Ashton Kutcher. I think that is the only interesting thing, and the only interesting theory that comes out of that alternate ending. But then there's 2 others based off the theatrical ending where they both turn to each other and they start talking. That's labeled, I believe, as the happy ending. And then there's another one where they both look at each other, where, in the theatrical cut, Kutcher looks back like, there's no way that's her. And she just looks like, that guy looked familiar. But they keep walking. And in this one, they both look at each other. They both kind of stop for a minute, but then they keep going. So yeah, the very small changes to the actual theatrical ending. I think the one where they both look back but then keep walking, I feel like is a little bit more impactful, but I love the theatrical cut ending because it shows like, hey, Ashton Kutcher has to deal with this the rest of his life, knowing that he couldn't give her the perfect life that they would have had together. She is better off without him, and he's better off without her in a way as well. And it's a very, very good ending to a great, great film. All right, thumbs up. You guys can unmute now. You guys don't get to find out that everything was all a manipulation and it's all reality. No, I love that whenever I do that, I always troll you guys by giving a fake ending to the movie. I love that. I'm sorry, guys, but I just had to. I really like doing it. But yeah, basically, it's a great ending to a really, really solid film. I think The time travel in the film is a little bit wonky because, even though everything would change, little things, like such, I think YMS brought it up, and it's a very good point, when he goes back in time, and this isn't really a spoiler, it's just spoiling one scene that's really good, but, it's not a big spoiler for the rest of the film. The scene where he goes back in time, and there's that thing with the two spikes. Why would that be in a classroom? I don't know, but there is. And he slams his hands down on it, and he wakes up when he's back in jail. It's a whole thing. He ends up in jail, and the marks are there, but that wouldn't change that scene. That would take him to another reality. Usually, it's a very good film overall. If you don't think too heavily about the time travel, it's a very nice, not very nice, but it's a very, very good film. I really like how it handles time travel and every aspect of it. I think it's overall a very, very good film. Butterfly Effect in at 33. Speaking of time travel in a way, number 32 is Click. That's right. Silly Adam Sandler movie from 2006 is number 32. Is my 32nd favorite movie of all time as of 2022. Click, I think, is a movie that it works on a lot of levels. I think it's fun. It's silly. It does make you think, if your life had a remote control, how would you control? How would you control it? What would you skip through? What would you want to rewind to? What would you want to review in a special feature type of thing? Where would you want to pause? What would you want to slow down? Stuff like that. And Adam Sandler, of course, in typical fashion, abuses it. It's pretty funny. Henry Winkler's character, weirdly enough, is maybe the best out of everybody. Very fun, very silly. The final scene with him and Adam Sandler, every single time I see that scene, always hits me. And it's always like, God damn, that's such a fucking good scene that should not be in a silly comedy like this. And it is, and it works, And Mr. Gigi said it best, there's a movie, I forget which movie he was reviewing. I forgot what movie he was reviewing, but he mentions, Henry Winkler's character in Click saying, "I love you, son," got more emotion out of me than whatever film he was reviewing. And it's like, holy shit, yeah. When that can get emotion out of you, but like half the tear jerky, the Notebook, stupid little rom-coms or romantic films can't, your film has an issue. When an Adam Sandler comedy can get more emotion out of most people, you have an issue. There's something wrong with your film thematically that you can't evoke more emotion than that. Than old man Henry Winkler getting yelled at by his son and saying, "I love you," and then fucking dying beforehand. That's a bit of a spoiler. Fuck it. It's Click. You've seen Click. If you're watching this movie, if you're watching this, this pretty much is a video. I've been talking for 3.5 hours probably about 100 movies. Everybody's seen Click. You know how this movie goes. Very fun movie. Evokes emotion. It's funny. The ending is kind of depressing until the kind of twist, and that kind of ruins it. But overall, it's a kind of depressing ending that actually works with the film, and I wish that this film would have been made as a more serious type of film with Adam Sandler, because it could have worked. If this film were remade with Adam Sandler, you keep Click existing, but you remake it as a film, as a more serious film with a couple jokes thrown in, but a more serious film about a guy who has a remote control that can control his life for him. I think it could work as a very serious type of thriller or suspense film. I think that could work. Number 31, The Rocky Horror Picture Show. Some people are going to be surprised I like this movie as much as I do. Some people aren't going to be. It is up here purely for the music. I think the overall plot isn't that great. A lot of the acting is definitely weak. It's the music. That's the reason this movie is up so high. A lot of the music is incredible. I love a lot of the music. Time Warp is very catchy. Sweet Transvestite is very catchy. Science Fiction Double Feature is really, really fun to listen to. Just everything in this film, every song in this film has its moments, at least, if not overall being very, very fun. Of course, Meatloaf's song is very, very, very catchy, very fun. A lot of it is great, and a lot of the satisfaction of this film does come from the audience participation. Absolutely, I will give the movie that. It's not overall a great movie, but it is one that, with audience participation, is taken to legendary status. It's a decent film with very good music that is made into an amazing film with the audience participation. And I would recommend that if you guys can get... I will pull the DVD out now, actually, because I have the DVD somewhere, and I'll see if I can find it. It's pulled out. Where the hell? Oh, it's right here. I forgot. It's right here. Yeah, if you guys can get specifically this DVD, this specific copy. No, this one from 2002, which I believe was released for the 40th anniversary. Was it not? It was 75. No, so near the 40th anniversary. No, the 30th anniversary. At this point, it's nearly 50 years old. If you can get this specific version from 2002 that has this disc art with nothing aside from the lips, Tim Curry, the logo, that stuff. There is an audience participation on here, which is legitimately maybe the greatest special feature I've ever seen on a DVD. Legitimately. The audience, I don't know how well they mic'd up this audience, but they are fucking loud. There's certain points where they're saying shit, and for a good 10 seconds, you can't hear the movie. You can just hear the audience, and it's just such a good, such a great audience participation track. I absolutely love they have that on this DVD. I don't know if it's the same one, if they've re-released the movie and they still have the audience participation, if it's from this one, if they've re-recorded audience participations, what they've done for that. But this one is absolutely incredible. The audience participation on this, love that. Love the audience participation track. And yeah, it's pretty interesting that, there's the multi-story. There's two versions of this film. There's the US version, which I think is the one that's shorter, and then there's the UK one with a musical sequence edited back in. I've not watched that one yet, surprisingly. But yeah, it's Rocky Horror Picture Show. Fun movie. Love the audience participation. Very, 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 very goofy, if you will. Very good audience participating, like I said. Number 30, the last one I'm going to do for this little segment. I'll come back and record the final, I think, 29 later. But yeah, number 30 is Jackass. Overall, Jackass, the movie from 2002. Number 2 from 06. 2.5 from 07. 3D from 2010. 3.5 from 2011. And Forever from 2021. As well as 4.5 from 2022. I will say that. Actually, I think Jackass Forever was 2022. It might have been. But, I just love me some Jackass. I think they're hilarious films. Just a bunch of stupid dudes doing stupid stunts, stupid pranks. It's just hilarious. I love it so much. Some of it is definitely gross out, but a lot of it is very funny. And a lot of people just love seeing guys get hurt. I'm one of those people, and it's just funny to laugh along with these guys as they hurt each other. You can tell they're great friends. You can tell a lot of this. You can tell that they love doing this, and, well, some points they love doing it, some points they don't. Just overall a great film. Jackass as a whole, I just love. The game is pretty fun. I haven't played it in a while, though. I haven't watched much of the TV show, but the movies, I think, are incredibly enjoyable. They're coming in at 30 just because they're a fun experience for me. I love checking them out whenever I can. And, yeah, there we go. Jackass, the movie, Jackass number 2, 2.5, all those are coming in here at, coming in at number 30. So yeah, boyos, that is going to do it for this little segment. Like I said, I'll come back in like 5 seconds for you guys, but probably tomorrow for me. I'll come back in just a few seconds with the next stack of next bunch of movies we're going to be talking about. I'll see you guys in literally like 3 seconds. Hell yeah. Coming in at number 29, before you guys ask, yes, this is a different day. One shower later, one shirt change later. Well, pants change. I didn't just change my shirt. But actually, like 3 days after last video was recorded. 29 is Don John. This is a movie written, directed, and starring Joseph Gordon-Levitt with Scarlett Johansson, Julianne Moore, Tony Danza, Brie Larson. Kind of is in it. If you've seen the movie, you'll know kind of. But basically, this movie stars Joseph Gordon-Levitt as Don John, who is a guy who is obsessed with pornography. He's able to go out every weekend and get pretty much any woman he wants, which is how he earns the name Don John. And then he meets Scarlett Johansson, and they get into a relationship. And Julianne Moore is there after he goes back to college. It's stuff that leads into one another. It's a really, really interesting movie about how similar these romantic films and pornography kind of are. It's really more of a character study, if anything. It's not like a big time dramatic comedy study. It's a comedy movie. But it's really, really funny. It's pretty good. It actually goes. kind of against the grain. It's not your typical sex comedy at all. The pornography is really just a kind of plot device, if anything. And I props this movie. It does not have much nudity at all. It's very much like Yes God Yes. I respect those types of films that don't need to show nudity to get across the point, like this and Yes God Yes, more so than films like, I think, Van Wilder. I can't think of any films because I haven't really. All the ones that I've seen, I forget about easily that do that. But Don John, like I said, the pornography is really just a plot device to get from point A to point B to get the plot really going. Really solid film. Joseph Gordon-Levitt, big fan of his. Scarlett Johansson's great in this. Julianne Moore is really, really solid in this. And there's another movie she's in coming up that she's in. She does really good in. Obviously, we'll get to that one. But everybody's pretty good in this movie. Brie Larson has like one scene where she talks, and she's actually not that bad in it. Still gotta watch Room because I've heard that's actually a really solid film she's in. But overall, Don John, pretty good movie. It's going to be coming in here at number 29. 28 is Fight Club, and I'll admit, this movie probably could have been lower. It probably could have been in the 30s or 40s. It's a David Fincher film. I think that's why I probably placed it this high. Basically, this movie stars Brad Pitt, Edward Norton, Helena Bonham Carter's in there. Meatloaf is in there. He's pretty good in this. Basically, it stars Edward Norton, who is a guy who works this dead-end job. He buys a bunch of shit from catalogs to try and make his life feel complete, till he meets Brad Pitt and basically opens his life up. It's not a gay story. Like, I'm sure the two people who haven't seen this movie are probably thinking it is, but it's pretty damn good. It's a nice satirical look at consumerism, even though I like consumerism. Big fan of it. I think you guys can tell, but it's a good satirization of consumerism and those who rely solely on consumerism to be their personality, pretty much, and just very, very solid film overall. It makes fun of a lot of different people. Fucking Edward Norton also as well in the movie. He has not sleep apnea. Fucking I forget what it's called. Insomnia. He has insomnia and he can't sleep. I was trying to think of a fucking Christopher Nolan movie because that would help me, and it did. But he has insomnia, and so he ends up going to this group where everybody talks about fucking having testicular cancer or whatever. That's where he sees Helena Bonham Carter and Meatloaf's there, and him crying there ends up helping him sleep. It's pretty funny. It's a movie that has a lot of good jokes, and it works really well. I think overall, it's a very solid film. Of course, they end up starting the Fight Club together, and it escalates into one thing over another. If you know David Fincher, aside from a movie like, say, Zodiac, if you know David Fincher, it very much goes against the grain of what to expect. Pretty much. Fight Club, very solid movie. I've seen it a couple times. I quite like it. I gotta rewatch it again. Comes in at 28. 27 is a dark comedy, and that is American Psycho. People argue if this is a horror, if this is a thriller, whatever it is. Fuck all that. It is a dark comedy. I don't care how many people try and tell me otherwise. It is a dark comedy. This movie is hilarious. American Psycho stars, of course, Christian Bale as Patrick Bateman, and basically the whole movie is a criticism, a satirical look, another satirical look at the 80s business style, basically, kind of the 80s kind of yuppie group of Wall Street workers, which is what Patrick Bateman, I believe, is supposed to be. And he's basically he kills people, he likes it. Obviously, he has to hide it from his co-workers as he's trying to, get along with them and whatever. Not really trying to get along, but, kills one of his co-workers, and yeah, there's a detective played by Willem Dafoe. He's pretty solid in this, and just overall, it's a really, really funny satirical film, and it kind of equates that, the working in the 80s, in the business that Patrick Bateman does, is arguably worse than killing people, which it just is pretty funny way to look at things. Love the film. Everybody's seen American Psycho. You've at least seen the memes, of course, Huey Lewis in the news. You've seen the memes, him naked with the chainsaw in front of his cock and balls, Everybody's seen the movie. It's really funny, and my Pepsi is dripping on me. I don't know why. I'm going to take a sip. Pepsi Brick Boils. Not sponsored. Pepsi, get on it. Sponsor me. I'll talk about American Psycho every video. But American Psycho coming in at 27. Also, very funny parody by Weird Al with Huey Lewis. That's pretty funny. If you guys haven't seen that, check that out. I believe it's on YouTube. Coming in at number 26 is Scream. This is a movie that I was very surprised when I saw it, how much I would like it. I knew it was a horror comedy. It wasn't your, not really a horror comedy, but it wasn't your typical slasher movie. It's very, very good. Drew Barrymore plays this girl, and Neve Campbell. Neve Campbell is our main character. She has her mom that's murdered, and she gets attacked by Ghostface after Drew Barrymore does with her boyfriend. Neve Campbell, like I said, is attacked by Ghostface. She's trying to figure out who did it, and believes everybody that's in her friend group is kind of attacked or assumed a killer at one point. David Arquette plays her brother, who's also a cop, and he's pretty funny in this. It's overall a really great look at the cliches that Wes Craven helped create for the horror genre, for the horror slasher films, and he kind of not really parodies them, but more so just like criticizes them. It's a very self-aware film, which I like. It takes itself seriously for the killer, because I think this is kind of maybe the perfect satirical look at a horror film. The killer is taken seriously because he is serious. He is super serial. He's a serial killer. He's meant to be taken seriously. And then the criticisms of within the film of what to expect, what you should do, what you shouldn't do. It's very funny. Plays it straight, but it is meant to be very funny. It's arguably the perfect way to criticize a film. You're treating it seriously, but still criticizing some of what is within the film. Scream's just a really, really good film. Of course, last year I talked about Scream 4 on my top 10 most hated films. It's probably off the top 10 most hated films. On one hand, I would put Scream 5 there instead, because I thought Scream 5 was really, really bad. But at the same time, Sonia Mars in Scream 5, and I don't know if I could do that to her. So, yeah, I don't know. If I had to rank the Scream sequels, it probably would go 1, 2, 4, 3, and then 5. I'm debating to put 5 above 3 just because of Sonia Mar and and Jenna Ortega was really, really good in that movie. I don't know. I like Scream, though. Scream 1, like I said, the 26, obviously, I like it a lot. Very, very funny. Very, very solid overall. The twist ending I did not see coming. The reveal of the killer I did not see coming at all. And I think everybody, when they first saw this movie, didn't see it coming. I had it spoiled a little bit. I did know they revealed the killer. I did not know who it was to the extent that obviously they revealed, because they obviously reveal it. I knew, okay, it's one of these 3 characters, and I was like, okay, I'll watch the movie. I should probably watch the movie before I watch these videos. Watched it, the movie, and I was like, wow, yeah, this is really good. So yeah, Scream 26, seen it twice, both with my best friend. Hey, by the way, Boyles, real quick, for this movie before we move on, the only thing I'll spoil, after the actual ending, there's a bit of a jump scare, so yeah, there you go. Ghostface jump scare. He's not alive or anything, but you see the movie, you'll know, and if you've seen the movie, you know what it is. But yeah, 25, Christmas Story. Everybody kind of hates this movie now. I heard the sequel's really goddamn bad. I've probably watched it by the time this video comes out, because obviously 25 Days of Harry, this is day 25. But A Christmas Story, this is a very kind of slice of life film, very little scenes. Basically just follows this kid, Ralphie, played by Peter Billingsley, and just follows him as he's trying to get this Red Ryder BB gun for Christmas, trying to convince his parents, convince Santa, convince his teachers. It's basically just following his life as he's trying to get this gun for Christmas. And it's just a nice, fun, cute little film. A lot of really funny scenes, little moments in this movie. It's just overall really nice, heartfelt. You can tell it was clearly made with passion, the film, and the book it was written by. The narrator is the writer of the book, and he's really, really solid. He invokes a lot of emotion, and it doesn't feel super over the top. It feels like he's really narrating it as a kid probably would, just with a grown man's voice, obviously. But Christmas Story, it's just very fun, very silly. I really like this movie. Don't watch A Christmas Story 2. And in advance, because I haven't seen it yet, I'm going to say don't watch A Christmas Story Christmas, because it's probably really bad. I've only seen the trailer as I'm recording this. I'm actually, funny enough, watching it tonight, most likely, from when I'm recording this. I'm probably watching it tonight. And yeah, so I'd say avoid the trailer at least. Maybe avoid the movie. I don't know. I'm watching it tonight. But A Christmas Story in a 25, it's pretty good. Number 24 is Tenacious D in the Pick of Destiny. This is Jack Black, Kyle Gass's first and unfortunately so far only film as Tenacious D. I think this is the only film they've done together too. I don't know if they've been in any other films together, but basically it stars Tenacious D and hey, basically Tenacious D is just trying to get the Pick of Destiny because the Pick of Destiny has this long legacy of helping out whoever uses it to become a big famous rock star, and they're trying to find it. Cue hilarity as they try to find it in the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame, which is where the Rock and Roll History Museum, as Tim Robbins says. He's fucking great in this. Kyle Gass and I was gonna say Ben Stiller. Ben Stiller's not in this movie. But Jack Black and Kyle Gass do pretty good. I was thinking of Ben Stiller because I was thinking of There's Something About Mary. It's a movie I've got to fucking watch later. Not tonight, but, eventually. And God, I'm going to regret that. But Jack Black and Kyle Gass are really, really funny in this. They click. They have a lot of chemistry together. And you can tell they were very passionate about making this movie, making it after the TV show, which I've not seen yet, actually, surprisingly. Because this is kind of an origin story to the TV show. A lot of the characters that are in the show, I believe, obviously originated in the TV show, but were made, their oranges were made. Yes, their origins were made in this movie. Very, very funny. A lot of really, really good songs too. This is one of the few musicals that I actually like. This Rocky Horror Picture Show, and I think there's one other later in the list. I'm trying to see right now, and I don't think there is actually. Just a really, really funny movie. Great music, of course, Beelzebub, Kickapoo. Pick a Destiny, POD is what the song is called, I believe. There's so many really, really fun, kick-ass songs in this on the soundtrack. Kyle Gass and Jack Black are great together. The Metal, which isn't on the soundtrack, I don't think they played in the movie. That's another great Tenacious D song. Big Tenacious D fan myself. Overall, just love the movie. Really, really cool to see them give fan service to the fans of Tenacious D. And to those like me who haven't seen the original TV show, it's still a really, really funny standalone movie. And it's great. It's filled with some cameos that I think a lot of people are going to find really funny. Just overall, a really, really great film. I love it. Doesn't take itself seriously much at all. Just overall, really, really, really funny. Coming in at number 23 is Zodiac from 2007, another David Fincher film. I feel like all except like two of David Fincher's films are on this countdown. But Zodiac, this one, like I said, 23 from 2007. Mark Ruffalo, Robert Downey Jr., Jake Gyllenhaal are the stars of this film. Chloe Sevigny is also in that. Unfortunately, not enough. You can never have too much Chloe Sevigny. But this is a movie about the Zodiac Killer. It's kind of a biopic. It's apparently one of the most realistic biopics, especially in regards to the Zodiac killings. It is, I believe, known to be the most accurate portrayal of what he did. Basically, it follows Jake Gyllenhaal, who is a cartoonist at the... Is it the New York Post? I can grab the Blu-ray. It's like right here. You guys can see it. The clear white, the really, really white Blu-ray case right here. It's right there. You know what? Yeah, I'm gonna grab it. Is it the New York Chronicle? I think it's the New York Chronicle. It's San Francisco Chronicle. Why do I think this movie took place in New York? I'm retarded. But yeah, it's basically he's a cartoonist at the San Francisco Chronicle. And yeah, here's the Blu-ray, by the way. This one's really, really fucking good. This is the 2-disc director's cut. I'm not sponsored, but like disc one has fucking 2 different commentaries. One with David Fincher and another with Jake Gyllenhaal, Robert Downey Jr., and 3 others. It's really, really solid. Disc 2 is just filled with, I think, 2 documentaries, visual effects. It's really, really loaded up. This DVD is really, really good. Really, really solid 2-disc set. But yeah, Jake Gyllenhaal is a cartoonist. I just had to plug that. I'm sorry. Jake Gyllenhaal is a cartoonist at the San Francisco Chronicle, and Robert Downey Jr. is kind of this lead kind of nude guy. He's a nudist in here. No, but he's the kind of the lead news. It's a newspaper thing, but he's like the lead editor, I should say. And they end up getting letters in regards to the Zodiac killings. And we see 3 of them. And they are really fucking well done. They are really, really brutal. Of course, the stabbing, I think the double stabbing one is, I think, the one that everybody really talks about. But the first one where he shoots the two people in the car, that's really really fucking well done as well. But yeah, basically Jake Gyllenhaal just kind of gets obsessed with solving the Zodiac killer mystery. Mark Ruffalo is an investigator on the case. Yeah, you see another murder because there's the fucking the taxi cab dude, the taxi tax dude, the taxi cab dude who gets shot by the Zodiac killer. But Jake Gyllenhaal becomes more and more obsessed with trying to solve the Zodiac killer. What's his name's in this movie? I can't think of his name. Brian Cox? No, it's not Brian Cox. Actually, it might be Brian Cox. A really old dude who's in like everything, and you know him, but you don't know his name, but you respect him because he's in like everything. But he's really good in this movie too. He's only in a couple scenes. John Carroll Lynn, who fucking is not in enough stuff. That dude is really goddamn good. He's great in this movie. He plays Arthur Lee Allen. He's really damn good in this. Everybody's really solid in this. It's a David Fincher film again, so of course you should expect nothing short of amazing acting from pretty much everybody involved. Just a great sort of biopic on the Zodiac killer again, based on the true story, and of course of course Jake Gyllenhaal great in this. Robert Downey Jr. is really really solid. Mark Ruffalo even gives a really good performance, which he usually doesn't do. But just great film. And again, yeah, Zodiac killer. Jake Gyllenhaal is obsessed with him, and it ends up kind of spiraling his life out of control. Really, really good. Great film. That's what I'm gonna say about Zodiac. I've been rambling enough about it. 22 is Adventures in Babysitting from 1987. A lot of people are gonna be wondering, Harry, how the hell is this so high up on your countdown? It's just a really fun movie. It's a really fun mid to late 80s adventure film, if you will. Basically, lead girl played by Elizabeth Shue is hired to look after these two kids, and her friend, it's really funny because a lot of people kind of negate this point. Her friend, who kind of looks like, is it Irma from TMNT? April O'Neil's friend. She looks like the real life version of the cartoon version of it. I think her name's Irma. Her friend, Elizabeth Shue's friend, gets stuck at the train station because she pays all of her money to use a cab, so she can't get on a train. This dude with a gun, and he's pretty funny. He's only on the scene for like a minute, but he's really really funny. But basically, she's stuck there, and she wants Elizabeth Shue's character to come and pick her up. She takes the kids, and the one of the kids' friends kind of finagles his way to going along, and it's just a really, really fun, silly kids film that is actually pretty good. It's really funny. It's got a couple really sweet moments as well. It's just a fun film. I've seen it, I think, 3 or 4 times now. Just really, really fun. It's got a lot of jokes that hit. Of course, there's the whole Thor is gay thing in the film that's pretty damn funny. It has a really funny payoff as well. It kind of has 2 payoffs in a way. One that's really early and then one later that you kind of don't expect. But, and it's funny because this is 87. This is before the 2011, the MCU Thor, obviously. This is 1987. So like the people who did this movie had to. I'm looking at the goddamn Zodiac Blu-ray. Like, is this Adventures in Babysitting all of a sudden? No, I'm trying to like. Oh yeah, I have this on DVD. But but yeah, the little girl, the one hanging on to fucking Elizabeth Shue. I'm jealous. But she's got the Thor helmet on the whole movie. She's pretty funny. The main kid is also pretty good. His friend is really funny as well. I think there's like I said, there's a lot of good comic relief in this film. There's the scene on the bus where the fucking main kid gets his goddamn foot stabbed with a knife, and there's the goddamn one-liner from Elizabeth Shue, which I'm not going to say because I am not spoiling that. If you have not seen this movie, you are going to be shocked, but fucking, you're going to laugh your ass off at that because you're like, holy shit, how did they get away with that? Because I'm pretty sure this movie's PG or PG-13. It might actually be PG-13 now that I think about it. It's not necessarily a kid's film. It is more mature than that. I would say it's probably a PG-13 movie. It is very, very funny though. And yeah, it doesn't really test your intelligence, but it just trusts you, like, hey, these characters are these characters. just enjoy this movie. And I did. I think a lot of people are going to like it. I've seen this movie every time with my best friend again. And it's just one that I enjoy. It's probably one that I'll put on in the future if ever, I was going to say the power goes out. If ever the Wi-Fi goes out, I'm like, you know what? I'm bored. Let's watch Adventures in Babysitting. It's probably going to be one of those, I guess you could say comfort movies, but more so just, hey, I'm bored. What's a movie I know will entertain me for an hour and a half? Adventures in Babysitting. So, yeah. And speaking of entertaining me when I'm bored, number 21, the SpongeBob SquarePants movie. I've known this movie since I was literally a little kid. I want to say since I was 4 or 5. 4 or 5 was the first time I saw this movie. It was on TV. I forget if it was YTV or just like the movie channel, whatever. This was on, watched it, loved it. The ending, just absolutely satisfying to me. And then as I get older, I watch it more and more, and I don't stop loving this movie. The SpongeBob movie is just such a fun movie. It was a great way to end the TV show because there was no season 4 afterwards. Of course, there's no more SpongeBob. But it was a great way to end the series, or at least it would have been if they didn't fuck it up. Fuck you, Nickelodeon. But it was a great way to end the series in my mind. Yeah, basically, SpongeBob is passed up as the manager of the Krusty Krab 2 for Squidward testicles. And for Squidward's testicles, and he's basically depressed that he isn't seen as a man by Mr. Krabs. Mr. Krabs is accused of stealing King Neptune's crown, and it's up to SpongeBob and Patrick to try and find the crown. And get the crown, save the day, and Mr. Krabs, basically. And yeah, he's got to try and get Mr. Krabs unfrozen because King Neptune freezes him in place. And it's just a really goofy, funny movie. Of course, Plankton obviously did it, and I'm not spoiling that. You see that literally when the crown is stolen. You see it's literally Plankton. But really fun movie. I love this. Such good nostalgia attached to this movie for me. It's going to be 20 years old in 2 years, well, almost a year and a half at this point, because I'm pretty sure it came out, I want to say in like April or March, somewhere around there, which is just crazy to think about that I'm almost as old as this movie. I mean, fuck, this movie's 18 years old. No. Yeah, no, this movie's 18 years old. I'm 20. I'm older than this movie, which is really weird. I'm almost as old as this movie. I'm 20. It's 18. It is old enough to drink now. In the U.S., which is very funny. But yeah, a SpongeBob movie, I just have a lot of positive nostalgia for this movie. I'll put it on if ever I'm bored. I'm like, you know what? SpongeBob movie. It's always a good time for the SpongeBob movie. Just really, really fun. Love a lot of the dialogue. The SpongeBob and Patrick for an hour and a half, just really, really fun. Some of the guests they get in, Jeffrey Tambor as King Neptune, beautiful Scarlett Johansson as Mindy, his daughter, who's trying to, become the queen. She helps out SpongeBob and Patrick. I think there's a couple others they get. They get a fucking David Hasselhoff. Everybody knows David Hasselhoff in this movie. He's hilarious in the scene he's in. Just a really, really fun movie overall. Really, really funny. SpongeBob movie, I can't say enough good things about this. It's coming in at number 21. Number 20 is American Beauty. Yeah, a lot of people are probably going to be surprised. Harry, do you put this movie at number 20? Yeah, because it's pretty damn good. Basically, Kevin Spacey's in a midlife crisis. He's married to Annette Bening. And he just finds he doesn't really care about much anymore. He starts to lust after his daughter's I want to say best friend. I'm pretty sure it's best friend, as their next door neighbors, played by Chris Cooper and Wes Bentley, I believe is his name. I was gonna say Wes Isley. Fucking yesterday's video got me a bit fucked up, but Wes Bentley, who begins to film Thora Birch, who is Kevin Spacey's daughter, and tries to find the inner beauty. And that whole story is a little bit cringy, I'll admit, but Kevin Spacey is really, really solid in this movie. It's overall a really, 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 really solid film. I think it's really damn good. Yeah, basically, Kevin Spacey is, like I said, going through a midlife crisis, lusting over his friend's daughter. His daughter's friend, not his friend's daughter. And he smokes weed with Wes Bentley at one point, and that scene's fucking hilarious. He sings American Woman at one point, which is kind of impressive he's able to get that high. But it's just overall a great film. Final last 20 minutes are really, really kind of surprising. Really, really happy they went that direction. At the same time, I'm very glad they did not go with the original idea of having a trial at the end of the movie. If you guys know the story, you guys know. If not, mute. I'll do this when it's fine when it's fine for you guys to unmute. But all right, wait, no. Mute again. I'll do this. All right, so mute. So basically, like I said, at the end of the film, Kevin Spacey gets killed by Chris Cooper because Chris Cooper's character is a repressed gay man who does not want to come out of the closet. He kisses Kevin Spacey. Spacey doesn't like it, and he shoots Kevin Spacey. And the original ending of the film, apparently, or what was supposed to be at the beginning of the film, but also at the end, was that it was supposed to be a trial with his daughter and Chris Cooper's son, Wes Bentley and Thora Birch. They were supposed to be going to court to basically they were going to be prosecuted for the death of Thora Birch's father because of the video that happens earlier in the film where Thora Birch, in a joking manner, asks Wes Bentley to kill her dad for her. And of course, Chris Cooper did it, so that would have ended. The movie was supposed to end with them both getting sent to jail for the murder of Kevin Spacey's character. And I'm very glad that they didn't do that because I think that might have ruined the film, actually. I think it would have made it way less interesting than you really don't know what happens to the family after Kevin Spacey's character dies. So I think that's pretty good. All right, you can unmute now. Now you don't find out that the whole thing was just an alien invasion going on. I love the fake endings they come up with for these movies. American Beauty, but a random alien invasion happens. Very grounded kind of film, and there's just a goddamn alien invasion. But American Beauty, very solid film. Yeah, really, really good. Seen it a couple times. I've really liked it both times. Maybe not number 20. Probably could have been a bit lower because SpongeBob and Adventures of Baby Sam, but whatever. Seen it number 20. I really like it. Going on. Number 19. 7. This is a great film. I believe this is David Fincher's best film, I want to say, per the countdown. I'm trying to look at the rest of the list, and yes, this is David Fincher's best film, in my opinion. 7 is just absolutely incredible. Brad Pitt plays this kind of rookie detective. Morgan Freeman's this veteran who is about to retire from the police force, and they're both assigned with each other to look at these murders that are going on. This one guy, the believed one guy, one person is murdering people, and they eventually find out it's based on the 7 deadly sins. So one guy is murdered for gluttony, someone's murdered for greed, someone's murdered for sloth, for envy, for wrath, pride, and lust, and basically they have to find out who's doing it before he gets through the 7 deadly sins, because believed after that point they won't be able to find him, basically. And it's a really damn good film. There's a couple really chilling parts. The guy tied down to the bed, he's super fucking skinny. That part was just, whew. And of course, I want to say it's the one I believe it's the one for Lust is really memorable when they're in that strip club and whatever, and you don't see much, but it's what you imagine instead that really makes that scene chilling. That's really fucking good. And of course, the dude's acting in that scene is really damn good. The dude who's forced to if you've seen the movie, you know. But 7, just a fucking great film. Again, David Fincher, so good at directing. I forget who wrote this film, but they're incredible. Everybody's great. The reveal of who exactly is doing these killings is so fucking crazy and out there. Like, you almost shit your pants the first time it happens. When it's revealed, it's like, holy shit. And the only thing I will spoil, it is not Brad Pitt or Morgan Freeman. Don't worry, they don't do that where, it's secretly one of these guys, blah, blah, blah. They don't do that. There is an actual character that is revealed to be doing this. And the way they do is just so perfect. He takes control of the film from that point, pretty much. The last, half an hour is just basically this character. You're following this character as the main characters are, as Brad Pitt and Morgan Freeman are too. It's such a great film. I haven't watched it in about 6 months, but I still remember so much about it. The witty dialogue between Morgan Freeman and Brad Pitt, Morgan Freeman going to Brad Pitt's house, and the train coming by and shaking everything. Gwyneth Paltrow's actually not too bad in this, surprisingly, for being a fucking cunt. But it's just a great film. And again, of course, the first killing, Gluttony, the dude with his face in a fucking bowl of soup, and he's like 600 pounds. Fucking, there's so much about this film that I just love, and it's just fucking great. Really, really damn good film. Really chilling. Gives everything that you kind of want out of a film like this, out of a thriller like this. It's really, really goddamn good. 7, I couldn't recommend it enough. It's one of my favorite movies ever made, and it's probably one of the best films made that I think I've seen in a long time. Not in a long time, but one of the best films I've seen so far. Really damn good. Please check out 7 next time you have the chance to. Number 18, National Lampoon's Christmas Vacation. The only really good Christmas vacation film. The only really good movie called National Lampoon's Christmas Vacation. I think everybody can agree with that. But Christmas Vacation, this is actually, in my opinion, the only real good vacation movie. I think Vacation is okay. I haven't seen Vegas or European yet, but I've heard they're alright. I'll probably check them out eventually. But I've heard Christmas Vacation and Vacation were really, really good. Both really good. Didn't care too much for Vacation. But Christmas Vacation still cracks me up. I've seen this movie, I want to say, I watch it once every year. And I believe me and my best friend always plan to watch it Christmas Eve. So we've already watched it this year by the time you guys are seeing this video. But basically, Chevy Chase is Clark Griswold. And he's just, he's trying to do the perfect Christmas for his family. But of course, shit goes wrong because it's Clark Griswold. It's the Griswolds. They can't do anything right, pretty much. And it's just an incredibly funny, witty, really, really, really funny Christmas film. And it just kind of takes Christmas by the balls and says, hey, you are my bitch. You are my plot device. You will work with me. and yeah, of course, there's the rant at the end Clark Griswold gives. I referenced that in an earlier video this month. That was really fun to do. Just overall, there's little things you pick up on the film, like all the gifts in Bill Murray's brother's office being all the same shape and size. Randy Quaid, I can't remember his character's name right now for some reason. Fucking squashing everything Clark puts on in the cart with the dog food. That's really funny. Little things that like that work. A lot of the big slapstick stuff works as well. Not really slapstick, but just a lot of the big comedic moments as well work. A lot of great dialogue. Really, really funny. Overall, just great, arguably masterpiece of a comedy film. I think this does everything that it wants to, and more. Really, really good film. Love it. Couldn't love it, I think, anymore. Was really, really happy when I finally found it on DVD. Because this is one that I was looking for about 6-7 years, even before I first saw the film. And I was like, I don't want to pay $10 for the special edition, but all it comes with is like a trailer and a commentary track. Finally found it for like $1 somewhere, and I was like, yeah, I'm picking this up. So, very happy I found it. I think it was this past year I found it, actually, so very happy about that. I'm not flipping you guys off. Well, technically I am, because it's the finger that's up, but it's crossing fingers. Technically I'm flipping you guys off, but you know what I mean. So yeah, Christmas Vacation in at number 18. Number 17 is 1 Hour Photo. This one's from 2002. This is a really, really fucking good, really good thriller. Robin Williams plays Cy Parrish. He's the photo guy at pretty much a Walmart. They couldn't get the license to Walmart, but I'm going to call it Walmart because it's pretty much Walmart. He's the 1 hour photo guy. He gets the photos prepared, and he's basically been following this family, which he believes to be the perfect family for about a decade, because he believes they're the perfect family, and he only sees pretty much what they want him to see through these photos, even though they don't want him to look at their photos, because obviously who wants the photo guy looking at their photos really intimately. And he becomes obsessed with them, and he wants to be a part of the family. It's really, really solid. It's a great, great thriller. Surprisingly, this was directed by a guy who only directed music videos before. I believe this was his directorial debut on film, and it is absolutely incredible. Robin Williams, in my opinion, gives probably his best performance in this film. Never for a minute do I look at the character when I'm watching the movie and think, oh, that's Robin Williams. I think, that's Cy Parrish. That's the really fucked up dude. Whenever I'm watching this film, I always think, oh, hey, that's Cy Parrish. You know, this is one of the few films where I can look at a big time actor like Robin Williams and think, oh, no, that's not Robin. No, that's Cy Parrish. And then at the end of the movie, I'm like, Oh yeah, he was played by Robin Williams, wasn't he? This is one of those films where I can look at that actor and think, he just takes me away in the character, and he is absolutely incredible. Everybody else works really well with this film as well. And of course there's things that get revealed throughout the film. They're not such a perfect family like he thinks. They're really a bunch of cannibals. No, that would have been interesting. It would have been an interesting plot point. Unfortunately, they don't go there, but that would have been pretty funny. But yeah, it's a really, really great thriller. I'd argue it's more suspense than thriller, but it's a really, really great film regardless of how you see it. You could probably consider this a horror film on some levels, especially if you re-edit it a little bit. I think it could be a horror film. It's just really, really, really damn good. Love this film a lot. Very underrated. I was very happy when Cinemassacre talked about this film a couple years ago for Monster Madness, but it's just great film. Really hope more people check it out because it is really funny. Or not really funny, it's really good. What is really funny, I was gonna say, I got those words mixed up, was how I got introduced to this film. I don't want to talk about it real quick. So I was at that same pawn shop where I got National Lampoon's Christmas Vacation at, but a couple years ago, obviously. It's the one that I talk about often. I used to really frequent it a lot. I only go there now, it seems like once a year, and it's for my birthday. But I went there a couple years ago, and I found this random movie, 1 hour photo. You know, I found this movie, like, oh, Robin Williams in this. You know, I saw the quotes on the front. Oh, haunting performance for Robin Williams. You know, looked at the back, read the plot. I was like, interesting, I'll pick it up. Picked it up, and I think I watched it probably a month later with one of my friends. Weird how we did that was we both loaded it up. I think he watched it on DVD, and I watched it on my Xbox 360, or he watched it on like Netflix or something, because it was on one of those platforms at the time, I think. And I watched it, like I said, on DVD, on my Xbox 360. We both watched it, and it was pretty good. And for some reason, I just kept thinking back to that film, watched it a couple times, and it's been really, really damn good. And it's really weird to think, if I didn't pick up that DVD, who knows where this movie is? Who knows if I've even seen this movie at this point, you know? Who knows if I've seen this movie, or if I only watched it after the Cinemassacre video? Who knows what's going on right now? But 1 hour photo, it's a great film. Absolutely love it. It probably honestly could be top 10 next year. That's how much I love this movie. Just really, really damn good. Number 16, Paul Thomas Anderson, I think making his first appearance on the list. He's going to make another one very shortly. Boogie Nights is number 16. This is a movie starring Mark Wahlberg. You can see the cast up there: Julianne Moore, Burt Reynolds, Don Cheadle, John C. Reilly, William H. Macy, Heather Graham, Philip Seymour Hoffman. Great, amazing cast in this film. Ensemble cast, if you will. Basically, it stars Mark Wahlberg. He is this kid who's working at this restaurant. He doesn't have a great relationship with his parents. I think his dad's out of the picture, but he's living with his mom, and she's pretty abusive to him. It's a very, very, very solid performance, though. I don't know who plays Mark Wahlberg's mom in this film, but she's really damn good in I want to say 2 scenes she's in. She's really good. And basically, he knows this dude played by Burt Reynolds, who kind of is the owner of this place that he's a waiter at. He's like 17 years old. One night things escalate. He ends up leaving his mother's place and goes to Burt Reynolds. And he ends up becoming a porn star because Burt Reynolds is a porn director. He is a giant wang. Mark Wahlberg does, or a giant wang, not a giant wang. That is the YouTuber. Very, very solid YouTuber, by the way. Check out Wang if you will. But he has a giant dick, if you will. And basically, it's basically his getting into porn, him with. And it's very, very not exploitative either. It's very much a story-based film, which is what I appreciate, again, about a film like this. There is a lot of nudity, I will admit, because, I mean, you're making a fucking film straight up about a dude in the porn business. No shit, you're going to have a lot of nudity. But it's Paul Thomas Anderson, so it's not done straight up for, the exploitativeness, though it is pretty fun to see. I do appreciate it. But it's very much a character-based film. You're watching Mark Wahlberg's life as Dirk Diggler. Very, very solid film overall. It basically shows him getting to the top of the porn business, his collapse, his foray into music, where he tries to do The Touch, which is from the Transformers soundtrack, which is just a hilarious scene, him dabbling into drugs and all that. And there's, of course, that long scene in that dude's house. The one dude's throwing fucking those little firecracker things are going off. Really tense scenes. They're trying to get a drug deal done. That scene is really, really well done. The whole entire film is incredible. But this is just a film that I could go back and watch over and over. I've only seen it, I think, twice now, but it's really, really, really solid. It's left an impact on me for sure. It's like Paul Thomas Anderson is one of those guys where I can watch a movie of his, and as soon as it's done, one of my first thoughts after that was still a really damn good movie is usually, damn, I really want to make a movie now. Paul Thomas Anderson really gets that in me where it's like, I want to go out and I want to make a movie. I want to write a screenplay tonight. I want to go and get it made. He invokes that feeling out of you, and I think that's really, really sick that Paul Thomas Anderson is able to get that out of probably, hopefully, a lot more people. But Boogie Nights, great film. If you're easily offended, yeah, you don't want to watch this film. If you do not like nudity or character-based films, then definitely you don't want to watch this film. But it's overall, again, very, very solid. Another really great Paul Thomas Anderson film. William H. Macy, great in this film. Everybody's incredible. Burt Reynolds is very good. Mark Wahlberg is really, really good in this. Julianne Moore is pretty good. Don Cheadle's really solid. Philip Seymour Hoffman almost isn't Philip Seymour Hoffman in this, weirdly enough. Like, if you've seen the movie, you'll know how he acts, and he does not act like he does in most other roles. Very surprising, the role he plays, but he's very, very solid as well. Again, it's great character study, if you will, on Mark Wahlberg, Dirk Diggler. Great film. 16, Boogie Nights. 15 is American History X. Great foray. What a great transition from porn to Nazis. Great foray. Or not foray, but great transition. But American History X, this is a really, really solid film. Edward Norton plays this racist neo-Nazi piece of shit, really, if you will. And he is sent to jail after assaulting these black men who were trying to steal his car. He goes too far with a few of them. Like I said, he goes to jail. He ends up encountering this one black man who kind of changes his entire point of view, if you will, and he's trying to prevent his younger brother, played by Edward Furlong from Terminator 2, from going down the same route that he is. It's a really, really, really good film. It's one that I haven't seen in a couple years, but it's one that it's definitely left an impact with me for sure. Love how the scenes that are in black and white are meant to signify the past, and the ones in color obviously are the present. I think that's a really, really cool dynamic. I think I've seen the movie twice now, by the way, but it's really, really cool. I think a lot of what the film does is really, really solid, and it's a very interesting film. Great conversation starter. And I think the people who think this movie is racist because it's calling out racist behavior are really fucking stupid, because they can't see that this movie is calling out that behavior because Edward Norton's character changes and he tries to get his younger brother to change. And it's a great film. A really, really surprising ending. I'm not going to spoil it, obviously, but just really, really impactful film. Great movie. I think everybody should check it out at least once in their life. Very, very, very good film. Clearly comes from a dark place, but it's one that is really, really, really good. Great film. I'm not going to speak too much on this, but American History X, masterpiece of a film. Very, very good. Number 14, and again, what a transition, but it's The Breakfast Club. This film, directed, of course, by John Hughes. I believe written by John Hughes as well. This is a really, really, really good film. Again, really, really great. Takes place over the course of an afternoon. It's only an hour and a half. Very, very short compared to a lot of the films that are going to be on the list late into the countdown. But The Breakfast Club is a film that stars these five kids: Ali Sheedy, Anthony Michael Hall, Emilio Estevez. Why can't I remember the Judd Nelson, and I Know Your Name. I'm trying to think the one laying down. I can't remember her name. Why can't I remember her name? It's gonna hit me. It's gonna hit me. It's right on the tip of my tongue. Ali Sheedy, Judd Nelson, Anthony Michael Hall, Emilio Estevez. Why can't I think of her name? Molly Ringwald. Let's go, boys. Molly Ringwald. There we go. The fact that I remembered she was in Riverdale, that's fucking sad. That's how I remembered her name. That's really sad. But it stars these five as very different students. Ali Sheedy's a very quiet, kind of goth, if you will. Nowadays would be goth. Molly Ringwald is very preppy, popular chick. Anthony Michael Hall is kind of the nerd. Emilio Estevez is the jock, and Judd Nelson is kind of the troublemaker type of bad, misunderstood kid. They're all in detention together for different reasons, and they end up connecting, talking to each other, and just kind of helping each other and changing their lives, as the poster says. Great film. It doesn't take itself super over the top. There's a lot of dialogue heavy scenes. There are some very funny moments, and it kind of typical John Hughes comedy occasionally throughout the film, but it is very, very serious. Surprisingly, as you can see on the poster, the movie was rated R when it came out. Very surprisingly rated R, but it's a great movie. Again, very dialogue heavy, very much supposed to get you invested in the characters and to care about them. Very, very, very good film though. I've seen it, I want to say 3 or 4 times, and it's one that just mwah, great, very, very solid film. If you want to know how to write characters that mean something and you can care for them, this, Planes, Trains, and Automobiles, to a certain extent Home Alone, very early John Hughes work like this is very much what you got to look at. And it's just a great film. I really like it. I got to watch it again. Very fun. I remember really, really enjoying it. Check it out. Number 13 is Zombieland. This is a movie I've seen since I was a kid. When it first came out on DVD, I got it because, hey, Zombieland, this movie looked fun. I saw trailers for it. And I absolutely loved it from the first time I saw it. Not absolutely loved it, but I thought, yeah, this is pretty fun. I liked it. Didn't watch it for a couple years because I was scared of zombies. And then finally watched it again and realized, yeah, this is a really fun movie. And I've just liked it kind of more and more ever since I first saw it. I've seen this probably 10, 15 times at the minimum. It's just a great film. Jesse Eisenberg is this kind of sheltered, keeps to himself kid who obviously is forced to get out because of the zombie apocalypse. There's a Amber Heard zombie who at the beginning of the film plays the apartment. I want to say it's 209, I think. 209, 213, something like that. Apartment 408, 409, something like that. And she gets her fucking brains bashed in, which is probably one of the best parts of the film, because fuck Amber Heard. Nothing, fucking cunt. That's what she is. Her and fucking Gwyneth Paltrow. But different reasons, but kind of the same. But basically, yeah, Jesse Eisenberg gets to get out. He ends up encountering Woody Harrelson, who plays Tallahassee. He's Columbus. He runs into Tallahassee, who's this very badass, shotgun-wielding, kind of one-line throwing cowboy who's trying to get to Tallahassee. And they run into Emma Stone and Abigail Breslin, who are these kind of scamming sisters who try and get to Pacific Playland, and yeah, it's a very, very funny zombie horror comedy. It takes itself seriously occasionally, but a lot of it is very, very humorous, very, very funny. A lot of the kills are pretty damn cool, very creative. Just overall, really, really fun movie that I remember watching a lot when I was very much in my teenagers. Nowadays, obviously, I don't watch it as much, but my best friend usually try and watch it once a year. Very, very solid film. Zombieland, just great movie. Love it. The character dynamics work very well. Makes you care for the film. Makes you care for the character. Sorry. And again, this is one movie where I look at this film and I see Tallahassee and I think, oh, that's Tallahassee. That's not Woody Harrelson. That's Tallahassee. Really, really fun movie. Love it a lot. And yeah, I saw Zombieland Double Tap in theaters and it was pretty solid actually. There were certain points I didn't like the film, but overall I thought it was actually pretty good. And of course I can't go within this movie without mentioning the big cameo that I'm not going to talk about in case 3 people in this that's watching this haven't seen the movie and are interested. And yeah, I'm just gonna say there's a part where the movie just completely stops because there's a cameo, and it focuses on the cameo for about 8 minutes, and it's just some of the best shit on film that I think I've seen ever. It's just such a great, loving tribute to this actor, and it's really, really damn cool. Zombieland, just a great film, and they recall back to that in Double Tap. And probably we'll do it again in Zombieland 3 whenever that movie comes out. It's just, mwah, great film. Love it. Zombieland in at number 13. And number 12 is going to be Punch Drunk Love. Punch Drunk Love. This is another Paul Thomas Anderson film. Stars Adam Sandler, Emily Watson, Philip Seymour Hoffman, Louis Guzman also in this movie. It's just wonderful, wonderful film. Of course, written also as well by Paul Thomas Anderson. But this is a film that is kind of weird, but at the same time, you know what the plot is when you watch it, but at the same time, it's a very weird plot. Basically, Adam Sandler is kind of this loser. His sisters all talk down to him. They don't think he's doing much with his life. He works at this kind of sort of call center, but it's more so it's a business. They're trying to sell some shit like a plunger that's like indestructible, and basically, yeah, he has anger issues. He calls this phone sex hotline. They scam him. The owner of it is Philip Seymour Hoffman. Louis Guzman's his co-worker. Louis Guzman, who's also in Boogie Nights, by the way. I'm pretty sure he is. I forgot to mention him. By the way, very likable. Love Louis Guzman. I every time I see him in a movie, I'm like, hey, Louis Guzman. Hey, there he is. You know, he always puts a smile on my face whenever I see him in a film. He's really awesome. But yeah, he's getting scammed by this call center. One of his sisters, sets him up with this friend of hers, played by Emily Watson, and they end up falling in love. Adam Sandler and Emily Watson, not Emily Watson and Adam Sandler's sister. That would have been kind of funny if this were a pure comedy. But they end up falling in love, and the whole movie's just kind of... and also there's this plot as well with Adam Sandler trying to get these rewards from a thing that's going on with, like, you buy pudding, you can get air miles, but they don't limit how many you can get. It's kind of weird. They find out that the you get more air miles than what you're paying on these certain items. I think it's pudding or something like that. It's a weird movie, but it's Paul Thomas Anderson. You should expect that by now. It is just a masterpiece of a film. Couldn't love it anymore. Punch Drunk Love. If you guys haven't seen this, please check it out because it is one of the greatest films I've seen. Love it. Probably gonna watch it honestly eventually again because this is a great film. Couldn't give enough praise to it. Check it out, please. And yeah. All right, so I'm gonna do number 11, and then I'm gonna give a small pause. I'll come back to you tomorrow. Probably gonna have my hair all spiffied up. So you know what? For number 11, why not? It's hard to get it all messed up. It's all in place. But there we go. Why not? That's good enough. Number 11 is... okay, no, I'm not gonna... No. Number 11 is Eternal Sunshine of the Spotless Mind. This one directed by Michel Gondry, written by, I want to say Charlie Kaufman. I'm pretty sure. Not Donald this time, unfortunately. Donald had retired from screenwriting at this point. But Eternal Sunshine of the Spotless Mind. Jim Carrey, Kate Winslet, Kirsten Dunst, Mark Ruffalo, Elijah Wood, Tom Wilkinson, David Cross is in this as well. And there's someone else that I can't remember their name. But yeah, it's a very, very solid film. Very unique plot. Basically, Jim Carrey begins dating Kate Winslet, which already makes me jealous of him. But starts dating Kate Winslet's Clementine. He's Joel. He ends up dating Clementine. And then one day, randomly, he gets a letter in the mail saying that Clementine does not want to see him anymore. She does not remember him. And don't ask any questions. Or basically, no, sorry. Basically, he through some weird circumstances realizes that Clementine doesn't know who he is. He goes to her work, I believe, and she's like, "Oh, hi, may I help you?" Basically, and doesn't know who she is. Eventually, through his parents, he finds out she had this happen to her where she got her memory erased of every memory of Joel that she had. And he wants to do the same thing to forget about her because he can't stop thinking about her. And over the course of the night where he's supposed to get it done, he has more and more memories of her. And he ends up regretting it while he's sleeping, while he's in this kind of comatose state they have to put him under to get his memories erased. And he's trying to basically remember her. And it's a really, really good film. Some categorizes under science fiction, and I feel like it's one of the few science fiction films I actually really enjoy, if that's the case. Because it's a really, really solid film. You really care about Joel and Clementine. Kirsten Dunst is the girlfriend of Mark Ruffalo, who is hired to do this. And Elijah Wood's there. Elijah Wood ends up trying to date Kate Winslet while while this thing is going on, and it's a really, really solid film. It's really, really good. Kate Winslet, I'd say, gives probably her best performance in this film. She's really damn good. She's very, very cute as well in this film. Love the blue hair look on her, and the orange hair, she wears that too. There's many different ways you could analyze this film. There's been so many analysts on this film. Very, 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 very solid film overall. Love it. First time I saw this movie, funny enough, the last probably 15 minutes made me cry. I will be a man and admit that. The story very much is impactful, even though I myself have not gone through a tough relationship breakup, which I'm very, very, very lucky to say that I've not gone through a tough breakup yet. Of course, there's still about 60 years for that to happen, hopefully. 60 years for that to happen. But, you still feel the weight of what the characters are going through, and it's just a very well-written script by Charlie Kaufman. He seems to hammer out nothing but just great script, great script, great script. Charlie Kaufman's one of the best screenwriters in Hollywood, I think, and Michel Gondry, such an out-there, unique director in the style and what he's able to do. There's a scene where he's dreaming, and he goes from where Clementine's working, and of course there's the turn her face around and there's nothing. Turn the face around, there's nothing. Turn Elijah Wood's face because he doesn't know what he looks like. So there's no face. Turns him around, there's nothing. Turns him around, there's nothing. Such a great metaphor, or such a great little detail that he doesn't know what he looks like, so of course the face wouldn't be there. And he exits there, the place is shutting down, and it's into his parents' room, and that was done practically. That is a legit effect, and that is just so cool how they did that. And there's so many different things about this film that it's so really, really awesome how when you find out what they did, and this and that, and great film overall. Again, I love this film a lot. It's really, really, really good. I relate to this, even though I've never gone through a tough breakup, but the story of, like, you cannot go through something and still relate to the story, I think, because of how good the story is done, and you can feel the emotions that the characters do, and this is one of those films for me. Eternal Sunshine, number 11, it is just a masterpiece of a film, one of the best films I think ever made, at least in my opinion, obviously one of my favorites, such a great film. Eternal Sunshine coming in at number 11. And that is going to do it for this little section with me. I will come back to you guys in a day, but for you guys, again, going to feel like about 3 seconds, probably. I will come back to you guys probably tomorrow, record the final top 10. I'm going to give you guys a little bit of suspense. Ooh, delaying it another couple seconds. Ooh, who would have thought? But yeah, I'll come back to you guys in, I'm fucking stupid, probably like 5 seconds for you guys, to give you guys the final top 10 favorite movies of 2022 for me. I'll be back in just a moment. I'll see you guys. Enjoy the top 10. Ooh, I wonder what's there. Leave your thoughts and comments in the comments. Ooh, what do you guys think is going to be top 10? Ooh, number 1. We'll see. We'll find. Coming in at number 10 is going to be Back to the Future. However, this is not Back to the Future. This is not Back to the Future. This is No, but it's the trilogy, the entire trilogy, Back to the Future 1, 2, and 3. Everybody knows these movies. Everybody loves them. Marty McFly is friends with Doc Brown. He's invited out to the Twin Pine Malls one night where he ends up accidentally getting sent back to 1955 after a mishap with Doc and some Libyans. And he accidentally prevents his parents from getting together, and he has to get them back together before he is no more. It is just a great standalone film. The sequel I might like more. Having rewatched these 3 recently, I do think the first one is definitely the best. I would definitely rank them 1, 2, 3 personally. I'm just not a huge Western fan, but 3 is up there just out of obligation. But the second one, of course, they go to the future, 2015, blah, 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 whatever. And the third one, they go back to 1885. And yeah, love the Back to the Future trilogy. I think everybody does. Filled with so many great moments. Great chemistry between Doc and Marty. Really solid script. Really fun soundtrack to these films. All of them have really, really, really awesome elements to them. Just overall, great trilogy, and I don't think anyone can be mad that it's up on the countdown. And of course, I have great memories of this as a kid as well, watching it a lot when I was just a little kid. So yeah, number 9 is Coraline. This is actually one of the first movies I saw when I started collecting DVDs. Funny enough, I distinctly remember my parents had just come home from Walmart. They went out to Walmart one day, and I was helping them unpack or whatever, and then all of a sudden looking through one of the bags, and for some reason they decided to treat it like this was an accident, but they had picked me up Coraline on DVD. They didn't know if I liked the movie. They didn't even know what it was really. They just, I guess, picked it up because it was an animated film, and I guess they thought I'd like it. But they picked it up, and they're like, "Oh no, this DVD was in the bags or whatever," and they give it to me like, "Oh, what's this?" And then I was like, "Oh, I can keep it, whatever." At first I was like, "Oh, we should go back to Walmart," and like, no, it's too whatever. It was a funny little moment, and yeah, I watched this movie. I want to say a couple days later, and I've been hooked on it ever since. It is a damn good animated film. It is according to my countdown, the best animated film, or my favorite animated film, not the best. It is definitely up there, though, probably for the best animated film. Basically, the movie stars a young girl named Coraline, played by Dakota Fanning, and her parents move into this house in the Pink Palace, owned by, not Mr. Bubinski, owned by Wyborn's grandmother. Which, yeah, that's a whole plot line. But they move into the Pink Palace, to an apartment in the Pink Palace, and basically she finds this door in the house. When she unlocks it, it leads her to another world where she has another mother, another father, there's another Wyborn. There's basically another everything except for her. And it starts to unravel after a little bit. Though not everything is as good as she might think it is in there. It's a really damn good stop motion film, and there's certain moments in this film where I'm watching it where I'm like, damn, that's some good CGI, and then I have to remind myself, this is a stop motion film. This is not CGI. This is all stop motion, and that's just absolutely incredible. Coraline is such a fun movie. I love watching. I usually try and watch it now at least once a year, just to like remind myself of how good this film is. It's really damn good. Love the stop motion, and it's very beautiful. Dakota Fanning's pretty solid in this as well. All the cast really works well with the material they're given. I think it's a really nice kids horror film. It really is kind of a horror movie for kids. If you want to show this to I'd say like a 10, 11-year-old, I feel like that would be fine. Anything younger, you might have a little bit of an issue. And of course, 10, 11, depending on whatever. But yeah, Coraline. Own this on DVD. I own it on Blu-ray as well. Have not watched the Blu-ray yet, which I just realized would be really, really fucking beautiful. Probably the Blu-ray would look really, really nice. But Coraline, really love it. Great movie. Coming in at number 9, and I think no one can really go against what I'm saying with how. Number 8 is going to be Happy Gilmore. Hilarious Adam Sandler film. Absolutely love it. Happy Gilmore is a hockey player who isn't too good at hockey. He's not great at skating. His shot isn't really accurate, but he's got a powerful shot, and he eventually learns that he's pretty good at golf because of his powerful shot. And cue hilarity. Carl Weathers plays Chubbs. He's probably the best character in this movie. Adam Sandler's hilarious. Of course, Shooter McGavin is really damn funny in this, played by Christopher McDonald. Great cast. It's a really solid Adam Sandler film. I feel like this, and a movie we'll get to very shortly, is kind of the perfect example of how you do of how you do an Adam Sandler film, a comedic Adam Sandler film with this type of character, and have it not get stale and have it be really funny throughout the whole film. The movie very much is based around Adam Sandler and the attitude his character has and the reactions he has to certain situations. It's definitely based a lot on that. Just a really funny golf movie. I've seen it a couple times. I really enjoy it every time I see it, and it's number 8 because I'm probably going to have to watch it sometime in the future. I really enjoy it. It's just a fun Adam Sandler film. Love Adam Sandler, so yeah. Number 7, this is going to be a weird follow-up here, but number 7, The Shawshank Redemption. This one usually tops a lot of people's lists. I've seen a couple people top their list. Damn good movie. It is a great movie. Weirdly enough, based on a Stephen King book, which those are usually not good adaptations. But Shawshank Redemption stars Tim Robbins and Morgan Freeman. Tim Robbins is a man who is accused of murdering his wife. He is sent to prison because of it, and he's basically trying to just find his way through the prison. Morgan Freeman helps him out, And it's just overall a damn good film. I'm not even going to begin to get into anything else about the film because I'm not going to spoil any of the twists that come. Brooksy, everybody, if you've seen the movie, you know the scene. That scene was just so fucking beautiful, so powerful. Added a lot of emotion to the film for sure. Great cast, great script, great directing by Frank Darabont, who I feel did Catch Me If You Can, because I feel like I heard that name for Catch Me If You Can. I'm gonna look this up real quick. Give me. All right, apologies. I looked it up. He directed The Mist and The Green Mile. I own The Green Mile on DVD, and I was reorganizing my DVDs recently, so that's how I knew. I was cataloging them, but that's how I remembered his name. It was not, unfortunately. It was not, unfortunately, the movie that I thought he directed. He did not direct Catch Me If You Can. But yeah, Shawshank Redemption, just a masterpiece of a film. Really, really damn good. I think everybody should see this at least once. I'm probably going to rewatch it eventually sometime in the future because it is a really, really damn good movie. So Shawshank Redemption comes in for number 7. And I'm not talking about these movies all too much because, again, I don't want to spoil much. I just don't want to spoil much about the films, and I just want to talk about them briefly again, you know? You guys know this. Number 6, Billy Madison. And I know a lot of people immediately are going to look at me and think, how do you have Happy Gilmore below Billy Madison? I just really love this movie. It's really goddamn funny. As funny as Happy Gilmore is, I feel like Billy Madison is just a little bit funnier to me. I feel like because I've gone to school and not played golf, I feel like it's more relatable. I could relate to, what if I had seen this grown-ass man in my class? How would I have reacted? And I feel like that just makes the film a little bit funnier. Happy Gilmore was pretty damn funny, like I said. However, a lot of that did rely on the reactionary, the reactions of Adam Sandler. I feel like this one leans a little bit more on the people reacting to Adam Sandler a little bit. And I feel like that's also what adds to some of the humor, you know, how some of the kids react to Billy Madison. And of course there's some usual, you know, Adam Sandler reacts to other people jokes. But I feel like, you know, Chris Farley's whole character is based on reacting to what Adam Sandler and the other kids do, you know, the main teacher, that kind of thing, you know. It's very much reactionary to what Adam Sandler does, and again, I feel like it adds. I feel like it doesn't take itself seriously, but it's to the film's not detriment. It's to the film's positive area, if you will. I guess it's just a really, really funny, silly Adam Sandler comedy that I think is really funny. The basic plot: Billy Madison is this kind of dumbass who he never graduated school, and he's this kind of low life. He's hanging out with his friends. Norm Macdonald is one of them. He's really, really funny in this movie. And he finds out that he's not getting his dad's company. It's going to this schmuck named Eric. And he basically comes up with this idea that if he can go back to school and complete grades, I think it was grades 1 through 6 in high school. If he can complete high school by the end of the year, he gets the company, and if not, else Eric gets it. And yeah, basically it's just him going back to school. He has to try and learn everything he can because his dad literally bribed his way through every grade, and that's a funny joke in itself. And yeah, it's just a really, really funny Adam Sandler film. There's a little bit of absurdity in there with the clown that fucking dies. There's a little bit of absurdity in there, but a lot of it is very kind of just not necessarily grounded because it's a comedy. It isn't really grounded, but it's a lot of like grounded humor. Like, okay, you know what's probably coming, but it's still really funny. Billy Madison, just a great film. However, it is not my favorite comedy of all time. And it is not Shaun of the Dead either, which does come in at number 5, because technically this is my favorite horror comedy. Shaun of the Dead, great, hilarious film. Love this film. I can't explain how much I love this one. Number 5 for a multitude of reasons. Everybody knows how good this film is. Literally every little bit of dialogue seemingly comes back near the end of the film, it seems. Simon Pegg is hilarious as Sean. Ed, played by Nick. Sean's best friend Ed, played by Nick Frost, is absolutely hilarious. Everybody else is great as well. Dylan Mulroney. Apologize for mispronouncing his name. Fucking Bill Nighy is great. Penelope Wilton. Everybody is just mwah, perfect in this film. Everybody was perfectly cast. Basically, Sean is this kind of loser. He's working a office job. He's in a rut with his relationship with his girlfriend Liz. They end up breaking up, and it just so happens that night when he goes out drinking with his best friend Ed, there's a zombie apocalypse, and they are none the wiser until the next day when the TV blatantly tells them there's a zombie apocalypse going on, and it's foreshadowed in several really funny ways. If you listen to the scene when Sean's in the shop, and if you listen to the channels that he's tuning to, it'll spell out what's going on, and it's really solid. Foreshadowing. Well, not really foreshadowing. You kind of know it's a zombie movie, but it's really nice foreshadowing that the conflict is coming. By Edgar Wright, who I believe wrote and directed this, not just directed. I'm pretty sure he wrote it too. Shaun of the Dead, just absolutely hilarious film. Love the way it flows. Nothing ever feels unnatural. It all feels really fun and smooth, and they take the zombies seriously while also treating them like a joke in terms of the threat is serious, but the way they go about handling it is a joke, is what I should say. Just a great British comedy, great horror comedy. You do get a little bit of the frights as well in there, along with a lot of humor. Shaun of the Dead, just a hilarious, great film. Absolutely worthy of a top 5 spot in my opinion, and I think everybody enjoys this film at least a little bit. It's really fun. Number 5, well deserved. I also want to point out, I own number 1, number 2, number 3, number 4, number 5. I own 2 copies of number 4. Number 5, number 6, number 8, number 9, number 10, number 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. I own the top 21 films all on DVD. Adventures in Babysitting is the highest film on this countdown that I do not own. So if I own your movie, there's a decent chance you're going to end up on this countdown, apparently. But number 4, coming in, Clue. This is the best comedy I've ever seen. This is absolutely hilarious. I don't think anybody would have suspected that a movie based on a goddamn board game, meant as a tie-in, would be this good. It is legitimately the most hilarious film I think I've ever seen. Basically, these 7 strangers, if you know the movie, if you know the board game or the movie, you know, but the 7 strangers, they're invited into this mansion one night, and they get blackmailed by this one dude, I believe Mr. Black is his name. They get blackmailed by Steven Seagal looking son of a bitch. Power goes out for about 3 seconds, so the lights go out. He ends up dying, and it's all a mystery on figuring out who killed him, in which room, with which weapon. It's absolutely hilarious. This is a movie as well that does something I've never seen before. It has 3 endings. Apparently in theaters, they sent the 3 different endings to various theaters, and basically it was, I guess, meant to cause confusion. Like, oh, I got this ending. No, this is what happened in the end, and it's such a great idea. I love that on the DVD as well. They have all 3 endings. They play them back to back, and it's like, well, this is what really happened. It's just really awesome. So fucking hilarious. Tim Curry, Christopher Lloyd, Michael McKean, I think, provide the most humor in this film. And it makes sense because Tim Curry is fucking hilarious. Christopher Lloyd is really funny. And Michael McKean is just absolutely hilarious. The twist that comes at the end might be the best twist of all time, and I'm not going to dare spoil it. Just the funniest movie again that I've ever seen. Christmas Vacation is up there. Shaun of the Dead's up there, but Clue absolutely. Shawshank Redemption's up there. No, but Clue absolutely takes the mantle for funniest movie I've ever seen. Just filled to the brim, front to back. It is a straight pure comedy, and it is one. It almost has every type of joke you could want in there. Just absolutely hilarious. I can't say much about this film without spoiling it, but just absolutely hilarious. The situations they get into while in this house, just incredible. Literally, I'm pretty sure in the first minute, I'm pretty sure there's even a really damn good joke. It feels like every minute there's a really, really, really funny joke, and they just keep piling it on until the end. Literally, the last line of the movie is a literal joke that's built up through the whole film. It is just absolutely hilarious. Clue coming in at number 4. I don't think anyone can blame me for it being this high on the countdown. And I had to look at my mic real quick because I just realized I forgot if it was plugged in, so I might have just been talking for no reason. But no, thankfully it's been plugged in. You guys can hear me. Number 4 is Clue. Coming in at number 3, Willy Wonka and the Chocolate Factory. This, I think most people knew this was going to be in the countdown somewhere. This is just one of those great films you see as a kid, and it just never gets old for you. This is one I rewatched very, very recently, and it still holds up. It's still so warm and kind of cuddly, and just you love to watch it. It's just one of those feel-good films. Everybody, I think, knows the basic plot of this film. Willy Wonka has never really been seen by the public. He has a chocolate factory where everybody loves his chocolates. And one day the factory opens up again, and he sends out 5 golden tickets to allow 10 lucky people to come to his factory and get like a tour and get some special rewards. And things don't go as people probably expect. It's a very magical, very whimsical film. Gene Wilder, of course, is just absolutely incredible. He is maybe one of the best performances of all time as Willy Wonka. I think it's definitely a top 10, if not top 5. Just how well he plays Willy Wonka, and how you can't really tell what lines he's serious and what lines he's being dry, what lines he's actually saying to be funny. You can't really tell upon many viewings. Even some lines are still kind of like, oh, is it this or that, and of course the tunnel scene. Everybody knows the tunnel scene when they first come into the chocolate factory. Really, really great. Technically this is my favorite musical because it is kind of a musical. There are a couple songs. Of course, there's the Oompa Loompa song, there's the Veruca Salt song, there's the Cheer Up Charlie, which I think everybody kind of skips at this point when they watch it, because that's easily the worst part of the film. Very, very funny too. It's not just a kids movie that 20 minutes and here's the chocolate factory. That's a movie. There's a good 40-45 minutes of build up, and it's very, very funny. There's a lot of very British humor in this movie, and Red Letter Media, I was gonna say YMS. Red Letter Media did a great review of this film. If you want like a full kind of analysis or review of Willy Wonka, check out Red Letter Media's video if you haven't already, because they're a great bunch of guys. They I believe it was Mike and Jay, I want to say, that did. Yeah, it was Mike and Jay that reviewed this movie. And spoiler, they both love it. I don't know any single person who doesn't hate Willy Wonka, or I don't know a single person who doesn't hate Willy Wonka. I don't think I know a single person who hates or even dislikes Willy Wonka. It feels like everyone I've talked to about this film is like, yeah, it's pretty good at the very least. It's like, yeah, it's fun. But Willy Wonka is just a great film. A lot of dry British humor, and I'd argue the first 40 minutes are maybe better than the stuff in the Chocolate Factory, just because of how funny it is and a lot of the British humor. Of course, I noticed as a kid, of course, the guy with the angling of the first when they get Augustus Gloop, when he finds the golden ticket. There's the reporter, and he's got the deer antlers positioned to come out of his head. That's a really funny. That was pretty funny that I noticed as a kid. There's stuff now that you didn't notice as a kid. Like the girl, the woman whose husband was kidnapped. They want her Wonka bars. How much time will they give me to think it over? That's fucking funny. Never noticed that as a kid. Willy Wonka is just a great film, and it's coming in at number 3. Obviously, it's just, I used to watch this movie every year for Easter, and I remember a good 3-4 years I would do my Easter egg hunt while this movie was on TV. Usually, it felt like, and just great movie. Absolutely love it. Really, really funny. Love Willy Wonka. Great movie. It's just childhood favorite. Still love it now. Hell yeah. Coming in at number 2, and this is honestly could have been number 1. This movie easily could have been number 1. It's definitely the movie I've watched the most in my life. I've seen this movie a good 150 times. I've not watched it enough recently because I've had my PS4 in here for my Sim League. Rip the HHSL 1.0 right now. But those who aren't in the Sim League are wondering, like, who died? What? I'm not gonna explain because that's funnier that way probably. But don't worry, a human did not die. But I've not been able to watch this movie the last 8 or 9 months, but I can still recall so goddamn much of this film. Number two, again, easily could have been number one. It's kind of a toss up between number one and number two. Number two is The Age of 17, and again, this easily could have been number one. This is a movie that I can almost quote line for line at this point, and I love every minute of this film. Is just really 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 great to watch. Every time I watch this movie, I just kind of have good feelings throughout the whole thing. Even what happens in the first 10 minutes, like, you guys know, if you've seen the movie, again, you'll know, but it's like, even through that now, like, when I first saw the movie, I was really made uncomfortable by what happens in the first 10 minutes. And now I'm like, oh yeah, this happens, yeah, it's gonna build to this, it's like, at this point, I'm like, yeah, no, this doesn't really bother me. It's a great character moment, but at this point, I'm used to what happens in the film. Basically, movie stars Haley Steinfeld, Woody Harrelson, Kira Sandwich. I'm gonna call her that. Kira Sandwich, Haley Lou Richardson, and I want to say Blake Jenner is his name. Blake Jenner. I think I call him Bruce Jenner. It is not Bruce Jenner, unfortunately. It is. I'm pretty sure Blake Jenner is his name. Boone Jenner is in this movie. No. Haley Steinfeld plays this. The funny thing is, I don't think they ever specify if she's 16 turning 17 or 17. That's the funny thing. I don't think they ever specify that, but I think she's meant to be 17 in this movie. She plays a 17-year-old high school student who just doesn't really like what's going on with her life. Funny enough, for a plot that is very much meant for a drama or a depressing type of film, it's very much a comedy. It's very much a comedy movie. It's very much a comedy. There's some dramatic bits in there. It's kind of a dramedy. You could say it's very much a drama comedy, because a lot of what's in the film is made comedic at points and then made to be dramatic later, or made to be taken serious, which I do like that. But it's a film she doesn't really like what's going on. Her dad has passed away for a couple years. Not a fan of school. She thinks it's boring. Doesn't have any friends except for her one best friend, who begins dating her brother. I was gonna say dates her boyfriend. She gets cucked. No, begins dating her brother. Dating Haley. Haley begins dating Haley's brother. Not Haley dating her own brother. That's weird. No, but Haley Richardson begins dating Haley Steinfeld's brother, and yeah, that kind of she becomes friends with a kid named Erwin. It's kind of a slice of life movie in a way. It's kind of a slice of life. Just you're seeing this girl's life, how she's dealing with all this going on. It's pretty funny. It's pretty funny. Woody Harrelson plays her teacher, who provides a lot of the comedy in this film. Very much a much needed comedic edge to this film. Makes a fucking joke about killing himself because she does, and it's fucking funny. If you've seen the trailer, you'll know it, but just I'm writing my own suicide note. Dear what does he start off with? I forget. It's dear students, dear school or whatever. I have 22 fleeting minutes of happiness per school day during lunch, and has been eaten up time and time again by the same especially badly dressed student. Have a nice life without me, fuckers. And that's one of the funniest things in the movie. It's said by Woody Harrelson. Said by me, it's just whatever, because I just sped through it. But said by Woody Harrelson, the delivery he has, and just some of the looks he gives Haley Steinfeld during that, it's just fucking hilarious. Woody Harrelson might be one of my favorite actors because of how goddamn funny he is, because of how good he is. No, fuck it. He is one of my favorite actors. I will say that right now. He is absolutely one of my favorite actors. Haley Steinfeld's great in this. She honestly got robbed of at least an Oscar nomination because of how good she is. I thought she played the character Nadine to perfection. And here's the thing. She played it incredibly well for a character that could easily be mistaken as incredibly annoying. This character, played by I think anybody else, would be incredibly annoying in the first 20 minutes. It's Haley Steinfeld, though. She does something with the character. I don't know exactly what, but she does something with the character. She's not annoying. You want to root for the character. You want to root for Nadine, and it works. And I don't know what she does exactly, but it's something minor. It's something that she does. I don't know if it's the narration that she gives. Obviously, anybody else in the role would have, because it's in the script. But like, I don't know if it's the narration, if it's the way she acts. I don't know what it is. But there's something about the character. You kind of pity her at first, and you want to root for her, which I think works. There's a scene later in the same school with Woody Harrelson where she's talking about how, she's an old soul. She likes old movies and music and all that. And I'll admit, when I first saw that, I was like, yeah, that's me. And now I'm looking at him like, it's a little bit cringy. I absolutely get where the character's coming from, but it's a little bit cringy. The I stand out because of this type of speech. That's the only complaint I have about the film, and it's very minor. It's a film that ends up leading to it's a scene that leads to a very funny joke, but something that also, it's something that leads to a funny joke and also a bit of a conflict within the same scene, and it's actually kind of funny because there's not a real conflict in the film. The only thing that you could really say, there's no real villain. The only thing that you could say is close to a villain is the guy that Haley Steinfeld wants to hook up with partway through the film, and I'm not going to spoil how that plot ends because it's pretty satisfying kind of, but at the same time not really. If you've seen the movie, you'll know what I mean. But the only real conflict is really that, Haley Steinfeld, Nadine's best friend starts dating her brother, and that's kind of really the only real conflict. A lot of it is very much just following her life and just seeing how she goes about it, and it's a really fun movie. I really enjoy it. I'm probably gonna rewatch it actually soon. Now that I'm talking about it again, because I'm like, damn, yeah. Talking about it, I really like how I'm remembering how great this film is. There's, of course, her mom was trying to give her advice. She kind of turns out right on everything, for the most part, and just. Yeah, it's the kid Erwin. I can relate to Erwin a lot in this movie. Very, very much relate to him. Very nervous at points in the film. He's really, really funny as well. He's pretty funny. Very relatable character. I feel like he's probably the most relatable in the film, and I think he's kind of meant to be that. But just overall, Edge of 17, really damn good film. Absolutely love it. I've seen this again 125 times. And I'll probably see it another 250 times within the next 3 years and not at all be tired of it. It's a movie that I think it's one of the few movies that I'll be able to watch forever and just be like, this movie's still damn good. This movie, I will never get sick of it. And Edge 17 is one of those. Now, coming in at number 1, this film will probably require a little bit of explaining. And I understand this is the top 100 favorite movies. I can just say, oh, number 1 is blah, blah, blah. Fuck you, good night, whatever. And not have to explain myself. Because it's my favorites. You really probably can't change my mind on why I like a movie. You can change my mind on why a movie might be flawed or why a movie might be good, and I'll listen to you. But it might not change how I like the movie. And this movie I love because of the theater experience I got and checking out the film all over again and kind of rediscovering it in a way. Yeah, you guys are gonna I think have a fun ride with this one. Number 1 is Willy Wonka and the Chocolate Factory. Fuck you, good night. No, number 1 is Upon a Time in Hollywood. And a lot of people, I think immediately, they're if they didn't see last year's list, where I'm pretty sure this was number 1 as well, their jaws are probably dropping like, this is your favorite over Willy Wonka, Shaun of the, like all these movies. This is your favorite. Again, it comes down to the theater experience. The fact, when I saw this movie in theaters, I didn't like it. I really didn't care for it. And then I watched it again, and the second time around, I was like, this is a really good movie. And then the third time around, I loved it. I was sold from the third time onwards. And it's kind of funny. Edge of 17, I saw it the first time and really liked it, and onwards, I just really liked it. Willy Wonka, loved it as a kid, loved it ever since. Clue, I've loved it the first time I saw it. Shaun of the Dead, Billy Madison, Shawshank, Happy Gilmore, Coraline, back. All these movies, I loved the first time I watched them, and I've kept watching them. Upon a Time in Hollywood, I did not like the first time again. I saw it in theaters, and I specifically made it my goal. I want to see this movie in theaters because it is Quentin Tarantino's 9th film. This might be the only chance I get to see a film of his, because number 10, by some luck, I won't be able to see it. I need to see number 9. I did, and I'll admit it was probably the last half hour that took me out of the film. Funny enough, the part that I absolutely love and I think is the best part of the film now kind of took me out, and it was a majority of it because Madison, who, funny enough, I actually kind of like now. I kind of like Mikey Madison. She was in Scream 5, and she was actually pretty good in that movie. There's a couple other projects of hers that I want to check out because she's not that bad of an actor. It's just the overacting in her death scenes that I'm not a massive fan of, and kind of spoilers for this in Scream 5, but fucking, it's a Scream movie. Pretty much everybody's gonna die. You should know that by now. But but yeah, I think it was kind of that last half hour that kind of took me out because I was very much nervous for what was gonna happen, and when it flipped the script on what happens, I was like, wow, I was not expecting that. Kudos Tarantino. The second time around when I saw the movie, first time I was like, oh, this kind of isn't that great, Basically, the movie follows Leonardo DiCaprio and Brad Pitt, who play Rick Dalton and Cliff Booth, respectively. And Rick Dalton is this kind of not really washed up TV actor, but he was on the show Bounty Law. He had the show go under because he wanted to start a movie career, and he's not really getting a lot of offers. He's just trying to kind of reinvent his career, trying to do something. He has this offer from Al Pacino, to go do Italian movies, Italian westerns, and he doesn't want to do them because have you ever seen an Italian western? Exactly. Great logic there, but no, he doesn't want to do Italian westerns. And, it's basically just him kind of going through a midlife crisis in a way. He gets booked on the pilot episode of Lancer. That whole segment's pretty solid. Overall, the movie is very kind of low-key, Sharon Tate's also in there. She's played very well by Margot Robbie. And, yeah, the Manson family are there because it's 1969 in Hollywood. The Manson family, like I said, are there. It's a damn good film, a great plot. Love how slow the movie is. It's almost 3 hours long. At some points it kind of feels like it's almost 9 hours, which is good because I love these characters and I would gladly spend 9 hours of my life watching them. But at the same time, in a way, it almost feels like an hour and a half because of how much fun you're having with the characters, watching them go through this and that and the different situations that you're like, 3 hours passes and it's like, fucking, was that 45 minutes already? And you look at the time, it's like, holy shit, it's 7 o'clock. I started this at 7. It's like, wow. And I think that's what Tarantino goes for in his films. He doesn't want to make real, super dark, depressing films. He wants to make fun movies that I think everybody can enjoy, and this is one that I absolutely love. And I apologize to Mr. Tarantino if ever he's somehow watching this. I apologize for hating this movie the first time, or disliking it. I didn't hate it. I just disliked it. There were aspects I still liked. But yeah, I really, really enjoy this movie now. Absolutely, obviously, it's number one on my top 10 favorites. This was a top 10 video. Fuck the previous 90. This is just coming out. This is coming out December 26th. no, but I absolutely love this movie. I absolutely love this film again. And again, it very much starts off slow and it builds to the last 30 minutes. What happens in those last 30 minutes is just absolutely mind-blowing. Love it. I think it's absolutely badass how they decide to close out this movie, because anybody who watches this movie knows 1969, or anybody who knows their history about 1969 Hollywood knows 1969 was the year Sharon Tate died, Roman Polanski's wife, and she was pregnant, of course. There's this and that. There are 2 other people that got killed, or 3 other people. Well, technically, I think 4, because the baby inside her died as well. But, that happened. And we do get that night. We do get the night that Sharon Tate died. However, without spoiling anything, Tarantino kind of Hitlers it. And if you've seen Inglourious Bastards, you know what I'm talking about. But They Hitler it, basically, which in this case is a good thing, actually. Tarantino's it, if you will. He very much Tarantino's it. And, it's very much funny. The controversy that was surrounding this film, before it even came out, that people were criticizing Quentin for having Sharon Tate in his movie. Well, Margot Robbie as Sharon Tate, for casting someone as Sharon Tate in the movie, thinking it would be the old school Tarantino of bloodshed everywhere, exploitation, which really isn't what Tarantino's done in the past, you know. Fucking, who would have thought killing Hitler was exploitation of fucking Nazis? You know, that's a bad thing, you know, fucking... So can someone make a gif of Hitler being shot in the face over and over again? By Brad Pitt, thank you very much. Spoiler from Inglourious Bastards. If you haven't seen Inglourious Bastards by now, what the fuck is wrong with you? How have you not seen Inglourious Bastards? That's a great movie. Not in the countdown, but fucking honorary number 103 because fucking Hitler gets shot in the face repeatedly, and you fucking see it. But Once Upon a Time in Hollywood again, just such a great movie from start to finish. Again, it's a slow build, but it's a great one that really pays off in the final half an hour. And it's such a badass finale to my favorite film right now, my favorite film of all time. Very much as well Tarantino's homage to old cinema and old movies that he clearly loves, and which is kind of what he's been doing his entire career, but especially in this film, it's very much a ode to old Hollywood, kind of that send-off, you know, that once upon a time in Hollywood, you know, that type of thing. It's such a damn good movie, and it's just, absolutely love this movie. I cannot get enough of it. Honestly, I'm probably gonna try and rewatch it sometime soon, just because like there's a Habs game in like 3 hours when I'm recording this. We're playing Lightning tonight, which 8 days from now is Christmas. So, today is Christmas Day. Today is Christmas. Hey, if the Habs won, you know, that's awesome. If the Habs lost, that kind of sucks. But I'm double edging the sword. You know, we win or we lose. Blah blah blah. We can't tie, so there's only two options. But Once Upon a Time in Hollywood again, absolutely just in love with this movie. I cannot get enough of it. Just so great. Leonardo DiCaprio, absolutely incredible as Rick Dalton. Well deserved. I'm pretty sure he got a Best Actor nomination. Brad Pitt, fucking badass in this film, like Brad Pitt usually is. Margot Robbie's really solid in this. Al Pacino is great in this. Mike Moe, I believe is his name, or Mike Moe, who does Bruce Lee, is absolutely incredible. Kurt Russell's really solid. Everybody that he gets in this movie is so fucking good in this film. Everybody just brings their all because it's Quentin Tarantino. Great writing, great directing by Tarantino. Of course, the only complaint I have is a little bit too much feet. A little bit too much feet for my liking. But it's Tarantino. It's kind of a cliche at this point. There has to be at least a 1 foot shot in the movie. There's at least 5 that I counted. and admittedly, they are very kind of uncomfortable. I'll admit that. But yeah, no, it's kind of a Tarantino staple at this point. You gotta have a foot shot in there. You know, if it's a Tarantino film, you gotta have the foot shot. And you know, there's certain things you gotta have. You gotta have the foot shot. You gotta have a lot of a lot of fuck being said, I should say. There's next to no fucking in Tarantino movies, but you gotta have a lot of fucks being given. You gotta have some violence in there. And you just gotta have a lot of really funny dialogue, basically. That's kind of your Tarantino formula: blood, feet, fucks, and bloodshed. The 4 Fs: feet, fucks, violence, and bloodshed. You gotta have a lot of flooding in your movie. You gotta have a lot of floods. Yeah. No, but Quentin Tarantino probably might challenge David Fincher, honestly, for my favorite director. He's definitely top 2. It's between him and Fincher, no doubt about it. David Fincher, absolutely, those guys are number 2. Again, whoever's number 1 and number 2 might alternate day to day. Just, I'm feeling a more Tarantino mood, I'm feeling a more Fincher mood. It definitely varies, but Once Upon a Time in Hollywood is, no doubt about it, my favorite movie of all time right now. Again, could have alternated between this and Edge of 17, but I feel like upon talking about both of them, I'm remembering like how fun of a theater experience I had looking back on Once Upon a Time in Hollywood, watching it in theaters for the first time, and kind of being confused about, okay, what's going on here, you know, what's going on, and very much just watching the film being kind of in awe in a way, and at the same time like, I don't know if I like this, and then fucking second and third time around just being like, yeah, no, this is a masterpiece of a film, absolutely love it. Once Upon a Time in Hollywood absolutely is one of the best films ever made, in my opinion, and it is my personal favorite film of all time right now. Yeah. Oh boy. So that is going to do it for today's video, guys. Holy shit. Again, Merry Christmas, boyos. Absolutely Merry Christmas. Thank you guys again so much for watching. My name is Harry Rice. Don't forget to like, comment, subscribe, favorite, share on everything, which includes but is not limited to YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, Tumblr, and everything else. My name is Hooray. Subscribe to join the Puff Club. Subscribe to join the Haiti Club. Subscribe to join the Sub Up. Subscribe to join the D Nation. If you remember the Mod Squad, thank you for moderating any comments on any streams and or any videos. It is much greatly appreciated, boyos. Again, Merry Christmas. I hope you got all the presents you wanted. I hope you get lots of love from your friends and family, boyos. Absolutely love you guys. Thank you for supporting the channel. Links in the description are the Amazon, which is the PO Box, and the PayPal, the Discord, the Twitch, the Letterboxd, and the speedrun account are all down there as well below. Thank you guys again for watching. I am Moriel. Always remember, no matter how bad we are like last year or how good we are like this year, go Habs go, baby. Shout out Guy Lafleur. Rest in peace. But again, thank you guys. That is going to do it for today's stream, guys. Thank you guys so much for watching. And my name is Sarah and I am out. Love you guys. See you guys. Bye, guys. Love you guys. See you for the next Habs game review. Or if you don't like those and you're just watching for the videos, see you in the new year more than likely, boyos. Love you guys. See you guys. Bye, guys. Love you guys. Bye.